Good morning, dear colleagues, delegates, participants. I will ask you to, if you can take a seat now. I'm a bit sorry on the speed of this, but these are long session and it's the first plenary. So I would like to start without further delay if we get a chance for everybody to speak today. First of all, welcome. Before we start, I would like to take a minute to commemorate that today is October 7th, since the inhuman attacks by Hamas in Israel, and the following 2 years now that has taken place in Gaza. This, along the full-scale aggression of Russia against Ukraine, that is in over its third year, can make us question the value of IHL, human rights law, and why we're here. But perhaps I'm going to say, in my view, is that this is the most important time for us to speak up and to be here and to continue to defend these very important foundations for the rule-based international order that we have. So without further ado, let me welcome you to the first plenary session on the humanitarian issues, including international human rights law and international humanitarian law and humanitarian challenges, including in the context of armed conflict. This session will examine how international organizations, civil society, and states can uphold international human rights law and international humanitarian law during armed conflict, while ensuring the accountability of states for their violations. My name is Véronique Pepin-Allais. I'm the Canadian Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the OSCE, and I will be this session's moderator. Just before I jump into our introducer, the panelist, just a reminder as well that our diligent interpreters have asked us to remind you all that the ones who have signed up to speak today, tomorrow, and future plenaries in the coming weeks to submit their remarks in advance to help with interpretation. You can do this through the platform that is meeting.odir.pl, and there is a document edition there that you can submit your statements. So grateful if you can all do this. It will help with interpretation greatly. Okay. So, to start the discussions, to set up the table, I would say, I have the honor of three eminent panelists or introducers who are invited to speak for 5 minutes each. And I also will limit my comments myself because I think it's not about who speaks here, but about the interaction in this room. First of all, I have the honor to introduce Mr. Nathaniel Raymond, Executive Director of the Humanitarian Research Lab at the Yale School of Public Health, and also a lecturer at the Department of Epidemiology of Microbial Diseases at the Yale School of Public Health. With such an introduction, some people might wonder if you had come in the wrong conference, but you have not. His research interests focus on the health implication of forced displacement, but also human rights and human security implication for vulnerable population, particularly in the context of armed conflict. In his capacity as well, he was the State Department Capacity Lab, my understanding, and I'm sorry if I get the exact title confused, but Mr. Raymond had, I don't know, it's probably not the honor, but had been defunded now for the second time, and is now doing crowdfunding for his work because of the choices by the U.S. administration. So just highlighting this. So without further ado, Mr. Raymond, you have the floor.
Can you hear me okay? Good morning. Can we get the slide presentation up, please? So my comments today are going to focus specifically on the recent research of the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab on the militarization and re-education of Ukraine's abducted children inside Russia. Since February 2023, the Humanitarian Research Lab, initially as part of the U.S. State Department's Conflict Observatory Program, has been documenting Russia's campaign of forced abduction, re-education, and militarization and adoption of Ukraine's children. We have produced 4 reports, including in December of last year, documenting the forced adoption and fostering of children from Ukraine who were hidden in interconnected websites connected to the Russian National Adoption Database as if they were Russian orphans being adopted and fostered illegally within Russian families. Some headline numbers for you to know. The Ukrainian government's estimate of how many children have been taken to Russia since the full-scale invasion is about 19,500. Our internal estimate at Yale is at least 35,000 Ukrainian children have been taken indefinitely or temporarily by Russia since the full-scale invasion. We have identified at least 314 children that have been listed for adoption or fostering, 140 or more in databases and websites operated by Russian government agencies. Belarus has collaborated with this program, which has included at least 2,400 Ukrainian children taken into Belarus, the majority of them held at 13 locations inside Belarus. What I'm going to talk about very briefly today is the 210 plus locations inside Russia and occupied Ukraine where Russia is holding Ukraine's children and engaged in militarization of those children. These locations stretch from the Black Sea all the way to the Eastern Pacific, over 3,500 miles. Using a combination of open source intelligence analysis and very high resolution satellite imagery, we have documented these locations to what's called a NATO Admiralty 5-source high confidence standard, meaning that we have been able to evaluate through 5 independent sources of intelligence the location and operations at these sites. It includes Siberia, and it also includes Magadan, close to Japan, more closer to Japan than it is to Kyiv or Moscow. So let's talk about these sites. Re-education, meaning turning these children into Russians, is occurring at least 130 of the 210 sites. Militarization, which means in some cases active combat training, including jump school, is occurring at 39 of these locations. Almost half of these locations we have been able to determine through Russian government documents are managed by Russia's government itself. 49 or more sites have expanded since February 2022, including 2 new locations specifically called Voylen, or Warrior Camp, for military training of Ukrainian children taken from Ukraine. I'm going to end with this image, and this is a satellite image of a training facility inside Russia where we know Ukrainian children are held, boys between the ages of 13 to 17. These are trenches. I want you to look at the trench, the polygon-shaped trench. This trench is very important because it reflects the type of trench warfare that is occurring on the front line now between Ukraine and Russia. These trenches are designed that way to avoid attack by FPV, first-person view drones. What I'm trying to show you is that the training locations for these children mirror the current frontline locations in the war in Ukraine. That's what I want to leave you with. Over.
Thank you very much for the powerful image that you're leaving us with, and many of us have children of that age too, so a little bit harder to see. Now, let me introduce Mr. Jonathan Agar, Head of External Affairs, Office of the Prosecutor at the International Criminal Court. In his current capacity at the ICC, Mr. Agar is responsible for office-wide activities with respect to diplomatic engagement, judicial cooperation, and collaboration with civil society. He has launched a renewed framework for action, setting a new basis for collaborations with states, international, and regional organizations in affected communities. He does have also a very impressive CV. We're very lucky to have you here today, and you have also worked in many other places, including in Vienna, for the one of us who want to note that. So please, Monsieur Agar, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador, and thank you to the chairpersonship and all colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I have to admit I'm under particular pressure, given that for the first time ever in any event like this, Nathaniel actually managed to do it within 5 minutes, so I will actually try and do the same. Just to kind of really go to some core messages from the Office of the Prosecutor and the ICC more generally in this moment. I think this discussion is particularly well-timed. We do see globally, from the reports that you can all see, of course, an increase. There is presently an increase in allegations of international crimes being committed in the context of conflict globally. The Ambassador referred to an example, a very egregious, serious example, the anniversary of which we mark today with respect to the attacks on October the 7th. And the Office of Prosecutor has worked closely with affected communities in Israel in order to investigate those crimes, and we continue to do so. But beyond those reports, this is also the detailed, specific experience of the Office of the Prosecutor in terms of what we receive from affected communities, from civil society. Over the last year, the previous year, between 2023 and 2024, we saw a 150% increase in the submissions received from civil society actors, from victims, saying that they have allegations they wish the Office of the Prosecutor to look into across situations, whether that's from Khartoum, from Caracas, or in Kiev. That in itself already has been met this year. Already this year we have reached the same level of submissions. In July this year we'd already met the same level of submissions from the previous year. So we see a very rapid increase in terms of the submissions to the Office of the Prosecutor for requests to investigate international crimes. And really what I want to present to you today is an argument that represents also a challenge, but also some hope that victims and civil society organizations continue to believe, in fact, in the capacity of international institutions, of the ICC, to be able to respond to these moments, to these allegations. They reflect an increasing landscape of cruelty, an increasing landscape of suffering, but they also reflect a significant investment from those affected by crimes in their work with the ICC and other institutions. And at the exact same time that we see that increase of engagement, that we see that increase of interest, that hope, actually, from the submissions to our office, we see countervailing actions in terms of coercive measures, not just against the ICC, against civil society actors. So we see civil society organizations being sanctioned for doing their work. We see United Nations officials also being subject to the same coercive measures. So we should not view those actions, those coercive actions, as separate or the only story. They are a counter-action to the hope of victims who are engaging with the ICC and others. So we should remain focused on the engagement of our civil society counterparts. To move to the situation in Ukraine specifically, this really provides a landscape and a model for the types of creativity we can put into place and use in terms of our collaboration with national authorities. There are a number of different actions that have taken place in the Ukraine situation that have been done for the first time. For the first time in the Ukraine situation, the OTP has joined a joint investigation team with national counterparts from states including Ukraine, of course, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Slovakia, and Romania. And under the auspices of Eurojust, we are now focused jointly with those national actors to investigate crimes committed within Ukraine. That has led to some concrete actions from the Office of the Prosecutor across 3 priority areas. One, crimes committed with respect to the abduction and deportation of children from Ukraine into the Russian Federation. Secondly, with respect to actions taken in attacking civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. And thirdly, and this is now the core focus of the joint team, collectively with our European partners, with respect to crimes committed in detention facilities. And this is a significant priority for the Office of the Prosecutor. We are putting significant resources into those actions. But I think a crucial element to highlight is that this hope and this creativity is not limited to the Ukraine situation. We see progress in many other situations addressed by the ICC, addressed with our partners. In Afghanistan, we have arrest warrants with respect to the crime of gender persecution. We heard from the organizations representing and being composed of girls and women in Afghanistan of the importance of that moment for them. We have seen just yesterday the first conviction at the ICC in the situation in Darfur, which in itself, of course, is the scene of tremendous violations of international humanitarian law at present. The first conviction also pursuant to a UN Security Council resolution. So we see a positive relationship between the UN Security Council and the ICC leading to accountability yesterday in the courtroom of the ICC. And perhaps just to kind of move to conclusion, following Nathaniel's model, I would emphasize that our offer from the Office of the Prosecutor is based on this concept of partnership that we've shown to be able to implement in the context of Ukraine. We want to establish more joint teams with states parties. We are working in a positive way in terms of complementarity activities in places such as Colombia, in the Central African Republic. We are working closely with the authorities of the Democratic Republic of the Congo to assist them in building their own national perspectives. So this is not about the ICC stepping in when states don't want us to, when states are not able to do so themselves. It's about partnership, and that should be the response to both the expectations of victims and also the very difficult circumstances that international institutions and the Office of the Prosecutor finds in terms of its contextual factors. I was asked to provide a recommendation to the OSCE as part of my submissions. I would really just ask all states to, when considering the coercive framework within which many international institutions are operating at the moment, to remember and place first the consideration of the hope and the investment that is being made by civil society and victims at the moment. This is a moment actually of unprecedented relevance of the ICC, of UN accountability mechanisms, of UN human rights mechanisms, and that is shown as the lived experience of people on the ground and their willingness to engage with us. That is the first story, and one that I think hopefully should lead to continued and stronger support from states parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agar. I think your comments really speak to the need and the importance of civil society support in the accountability of states. So thank you very much. And I think it's a great segue to our third introducer, Mrs. Katarina Rachevska, who's a legal expert at the Regional Center for Human Rights in Ukraine. She's a PhD in international law. She's a member of the Interdepartmental Commission on the Application and Implementation of International Humanitarian Law in Ukraine, the expert council at the representation of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and Bring Kids Back Ukraine International Task Force. She's definitely an expert in the rights of vulnerable groups, has especially at the COE, the OSCE, the EU, the OHCHR, and the ICC. She has co-authored 4 submissions to the ICC, which related to international crimes committed against the Ukrainian children by Russia and Belarus. So she is definitely an expert and well-traveled advocate who, I would say, unfortunately, has gained a lot of experience in the last few years in illegally deported children. Mr. Rachevska, we are all ears.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, this year we mark half a century of the Helsinki Final Act, the document that became a turning point for European security, a triumph of human rights and the rule of law. It affirms the most fundamental human rights and freedoms and calls for the protection of the priceless heritage of our diverse cultures. I am holding the Helsinki Final Act in my hands. If I tear it up, you would rightly ask me to leave and never let me back. So why? Why are some member states still here if they not only tear up the paper, but the very foundation of the OSCE? Peace is not just a piece of paper. Human rights are not just provisions in the international treaties. For 11 years, Ukrainian girls and boys are targeted by the aggressor states. Russia has taken more than 90,000 Ukrainian children. Under the guise of evacuation, which was accompanied by numerous violations of the international humanitarian law, these children ended up sometimes 8,000 kilometers from their homes, in Russian orphanages and Russian foster families. It was the unlawful deportation and forcible transfer of Ukrainian children that led the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants against Vladimir Putin and the Commissioner for Children's Rights in his office, Maria Lvova-Belova. Approximately 90% of deported children remain under Russian control, despite global initiatives for their return and despite the assistance of the mediator states like Qatar. In February 2024, the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child called on the Russian Federation to end the deportation of Ukrainian children from Ukraine to the Russian Federation and to provide all information about their whereabouts for identification and timely return. In September 2025, these recommendations was repeated by the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Russia still ignores these recommendations, as well as relevant obligations imposed by the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights and the International Court of Justice. Today, more than 1.5 million Ukrainian children are caught in occupation in which they are not merely bystanders. Russia targets entire families to prevent the transmission of Ukrainian cultural values and identity from one generation to the next. Russia eradicated Ukrainian language, politicized and militarized education, colonized occupied territories by Russian teachers and cultural workers, engaged over 200 veterans of the so-called special military operation in teaching Ukrainian kids. Russia insists that Russians and Ukrainians are one people. It means that Ukrainians are Russians and not that Russians are Ukrainians, completely denying our right to exist as a sovereign nation. Children without Russian documents face discrimination even in accessing health care, not to mention educational and other services in the occupied territories. Along with Russian citizenship, Ukrainian children receive duties to defend the so-called motherland and to exercise military service. In the network of 164 education camps in Russia, in Belarus, and in the occupied territories of Ukraine, through the unified program of military patriotic education, Ukrainian children are prepared to fight and to conquer new territories. I would like to demonstrate to you two photos. In this photo, you can see a Russian military greeting Ukrainian children from Zaporizhia and Kherson regions in the re-education camp Gvardeyets in Penza region. It is in Russia. And in this photo, you can see a Russian military greeting 18, 20 years old young men during this year's spring draft. So these photos are almost the same as the program of stay in re-education camps for children and for Russian military at the Russian training grounds. Distinguished audience, the penalty for committing a crime is always individual. However, our responsibility to these children and to the future of the whole OSCE region is collective. The violations committed against Ukrainian children bear the elements of the crime of genocide, attempted forced mobilization, the planning of the crime of aggression, and inhumane treatment. For each of these crimes, the states represented here carry erga omnes obligations, so to prevent, to counter, and to prosecute the perpetrators. Today, I am grateful to the OSCE for the work of the Moscow mechanism, in particular on abduction of Ukrainian children, whose brilliant recommendations Russia has failed to implement. I am also grateful to the OSCE Monitoring Initiative, they are here today, which continues to document the violations of the international human rights law and also international humanitarian law, helping us to preserve the truth, the very truth the aggressor state seeks to rewrite in history textbooks. Today, I call on all of us here to strengthen the work of the OSCE in several important directions, to rethink international humanitarian law, including through a direct ban on the militarization and politicization of education, as well as the forcible transfer of children from occupied territories into families from occupying power, to reinforce the mechanism for implementing international humanitarian law, especially through better coordination and harmonization of member states' sanctions policies, to enhance the effectiveness of the Moscow mechanism by monitoring how their recommendations are put into practice, to ensure the functioning of humanitarian corridors for the return of Ukrainians to territories under Ukraine's control, to put real pressure on Russia to stop the militarization of education and forcible passportization, as well as to make full use of the OSCE mechanism to monitor and to respond to Russia's growing military buildup in violation of its obligations. Ladies and gentlemen, history will judge this conference not by what we say here today, but by what we do tomorrow. Not by promises we make, but by promises we keep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zarachevska, for this passionate testimony and also the recommendation for the OSCE and participating states. I would like to thank the three introducers for their remarks and as well the shortness of them, but very powerful. Nevertheless, that will help us set the table now for participants. So before we start, and with the list of speakers that's been established, I'll remind all participants of following rules for the meeting. First, when given the floor, please introduce yourself, give your name and the organization you represent. That's very important. Otherwise, we'll have to ask you to do it. You may only take the floor on behalf of the organization under which you have registered to attend this conference. Note that the speaking time is 3 minutes. We do have a lot of speakers. We're in a good time, but 2 hours and a half. And I will implement this as diligently as possible and remind, if you're above 3 minutes, to wrap up quickly. So you also are asked to keep yourself on topic to facilitate the work of interpreters as well. Speak clearly and slowly. It's not always easy, but please do so. The proceeding should be held in a respectful manner and in line with the code of conduct that was all agreed to attend this conference. I will say immediately that the notion of respect will be strictly enforced. All conference participants may submit written documents online, including your statements in advance. I have already read the conference platform. I'm repeating it. Meeting.odir.pl. It's meetings with an S, yeah, where they will be made available to all registered participants if you do share it for that purpose, or you share it for interpretation. Delegation of OSC participating states may exercise their right of reply regarding any statement made by another participant in line with the meeting's rules. Rights of replies must be announced at the head table during the session and then submitted in writing online to the conference platform. Any registered participants wishing to raise a procedural issue will be able to do so directly with representatives of the CIO at the head table here back and not from the floor. All meeting rules and the code of conduct are published at the event website and apply to all events held at the conference, including the plenary sessions, side events, and other areas of the event venue. Just also a quick line on filming. Filming here has to be done at the approval of the participant, or otherwise will be asked to stop. So all these rules been told as such. I will just, we have the 40 participants there, and we have as well, and I hope to get to the reserve list as we go on. And that is it for the start of this. So now I do have the first speaker on my list is the Solidarity Fund PL, I guess for Poland, followed by Serbia. You have the floor. So the floor is for the Solidarity Fund PL. No. Okay. I'll move on. And I will be, so we'll skip to the second speaker. So the second speaker is the delegation of Serbia, followed by, as the third one, the Center for the Analysis of Democratic Processes. Serbia, sir or madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. I'm Maja Vasovic from the Commission on Missing Persons of the Government of the Republic of Serbia. We are all witnesses to increased number of armed conflicts around the world, and the issue of missing persons is one of their most tragic consequences. As you know, Serbia has been facing this problem for more than 30 years as the consequence of the armed conflicts within the territory of former Yugoslavia during the 1990s. We are all approaching this issue primarily as a humanitarian and civilizational one. Serbia has developed national capacities for addressing the issue of missing persons through a multidisciplinary approach. Serbia has also established a legal framework for cooperation with relevant institutions in the region, bilaterally and multilaterally, as well as with international organizations in accordance with their mandates. In the context of multilateral cooperation, Serbia actively participates in all partnership initiatives that can contribute to resolving cases of missing persons. Serbia took part in establishing a regional database of active cases of missing persons, which is publicly available. It is involved in addressing the issue of mortal remains of unidentified persons, around 2,800 throughout the region. It cooperates with families of the missing and their associations and participates in joint memorialization activities and other initiatives. Although more than 75% of cases of missing persons have been resolved through this cooperation, which represents a unique result in the world. In the last 5 years, a high level of politicization of this process has been noted. This situation led to stagnation in cooperation with the competent institution of Croatia and local institution in Pristina, while international organizations reduced their participation in the process. As a result, the number of resolved cases of missing persons has become minor. Meanwhile, families who have been waiting for truth and justice for years remain without answers about what happened to their loved ones, without the possibility of retrieving the mortal remains of their relatives and giving them a dignified burial. Resolving the issue of missing persons in armed conflicts is not only the duty of the national institutions to deal with it. It is a moral and social responsibility arising from the need to put the human dignity in front of political disagreements and national borders. I will end my statement by inviting OSCE member countries to help us in overcoming political differences and support us to bring the process of searching for missing persons back to previous level, because the families of the missing rightfully expect that from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Now I'll give the floor to the Center for the Analysis of Democratic Processes. You have the floor.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники.
Hello, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I represent the Center for the Analysis of Democratic Processes from Uzbekistan. During the last years, Uzbekistan provided humanitarian aid to refugees from Afghanistan, Palestine, Ukraine, Turkey, Azerbaijan. We accepted refugees from Afghanistan. We ensured their security, asylum, and helped to overcome crisis situations. In 2022, in Uzbekistan, we had over 2,000 Afghani people. The majority were minors attending schools that attended local schools and different state programs. Over 100 Afghani students got bachelor's degree in the state university in Tashkent and the Tashkent Transport University. Afghani children also were participants of IT program in a summer camp. So this is the example of friendly relationship between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan. The Uzbekistani president signed order on giving over $1 million USD to support children in the Gaza sector. Over 100 women and children were evacuated from Rafah to Uzbekistan. They were placed in rehabilitation centers and hospitals where they were treated, and they were provided with accommodation, food, and access to education in case of children. In 2023, due to earthquakes in Turkey, on behalf of the president, Uzbekistan sent about 200 rescuers, military personnel, and medical officers. We also helped Azerbaijan. In Karabakh, for example, we built a school for over 900 students. In July 2025, there was a media forum where our president stressed that Uzbekistan became the first country that practically contributed to the program of rebuilding the Karabakh region. Together with business, we sent about 10 million tons of humanitarian aid to Ukraine. We also received a group of Ukrainian children that came to rest, children from several cities, including Kiev, for 12 days could spend time at a mountain resort. In Uzbekistan, we actually have many humanitarian programs for people in need from abroad. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now I have the NGO for Equal Rights Educational Center. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates and colleagues. On the 5th anniversary of Helsinki Final Act, we are sadly witnessing that its fundamental principles are violating blatantly. Armenia has directly suffered from these violations through the horrific 2020 war unleashed by Azerbaijan and the ethnic cleansing, which led to the forced displacement of more than 100,000 Armenians from their centuries-old homeland. The war may have ended, but the suffering has not, as the fundamental norms of international humanitarian law remain gravely violated. 23 Armenian captives remain hostages in Azerbaijan, enduring sham trials and inhuman treatment in complete disregard of international law. While the International Committee of Red Cross has been expelled, leaving no independent body to monitor their condition or protect them from torture and abuse. The Council of Europe, the European Parliament, and European Court of Human Rights have all adopted resolutions and rulings demanding their release. The European Parliament's recent resolution condemned the unjust detention and inhuman treatment of Armenian captives held as hostages and called for their immediate release. Yet, despite these calls, nothing has changed. This is an act of personal revenge simply because they are Armenians. Let me stress, these 23 captives are not the only victims. There are credible evidences, including videos, confirming the capture and disappearance of at least 80 Armenian soldiers and civilians since 2020. The UN Special Rapporteur's report confirms the fact of forced disappearance and call on Azerbaijan to address these grave violations of Geneva Convention. However, impunity encourages further atrocities, and Azerbaijan followed the pattern of authoritarian alliances such as Putin, Netanyahu, Lukashenko. Armenia remains fully committed to peace. On August 8, with Trump's strong support, a peace agreement was pre-signed. Armenia has met every condition and continues to take all possible steps towards lasting peace, despite constant threats, provocations, and new preconditions from Azerbaijani side. Yet we all understand a country truly committed to peace cannot hold prisoners of war or hostages, torture them, or deny their very existence. This is not a genuine commitment to peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will call again to introduce yourself as you start. Now the next speaker on the list is Barkaha Hayot. You have the floor. I have on the floor Barkaha Hayot under Sustainable Life as well, the name. Do I have somebody? Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. My name is Bernard Mahron. I work at the Barkaror Hayot Civil Society, and I am going to talk about human rights defense activities in Uzbekistan. In 2016-2017, Uzbekistan started large-scale reforms so as to democratize society and the state. The human rights activists have received a new impetus for their activities. The political paradigm has changed. Now the state is very careful about open and acting in line with human rights. Second, some legislative reforms have taken place. Some restrictive norms have been lifted. A new law on the freedom of assembly was approved. A new law on the protection of civil rights has also been passed. We see that civil societies have become much more active. There are many volunteer-based organizations and civil society organizations that are monitoring the observance of human rights. Namely, we see that legal aid is given free of charge to the vulnerable segments of society. Women, youth, the elderly, persons with disabilities, and prisoners are also receiving legal aid. Legal education and improvement of legal culture is going on today in Uzbekistan. We have hundreds of non-profit, non-governmental organizations that are free in their activities. One of them is the Association of Lawyers, the Association of Persons with Disabilities, the Federation of Trade Unions, the Association on the Protection of Consumer Rights, the FEMIDA, and many other organizations that provide consultations. One of the most important mechanisms of human rights observance is educational activities and international cooperation. The law on social control, on public control, plays an instrumental role as it has helped to launch large-scale reforms in Uzbekistan. Now the Ombudsman on Human Rights is active. We have a Center on Human Rights. As for the Ministry of Justice, they have established a Department on Human Rights. All law enforcement agencies have relevant units responsible for the observance of human rights. Now we have reinstated such posts as the Ombudsman on Child's Rights, the Ombudsman on Entrepreneurs' Rights, and so on. As for the development of human rights defense activities, we would like to underscore the significance of the Association of Defense Lawyers. They are the link that helps to establish cooperation between the state and civil society. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Very much. I now have the delegation of Ukraine. I hand over the floor to the representative.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Alexander Maznichenko. I represent the delegation of Ukraine. First of all, let me express our gratitude to Finland's chairpersonship and the DIR for organizing this important human dimension conference and today's session allowing to address the most pressing human rights issues in the OSCE region. The Russian Federation systematically, grossly and deliberately violates all norms of international humanitarian law concerning the civilian population, including children, and Ukrainian prisoners of war committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other serious international crimes, which are in fact all deriving from the core crime of aggression against Ukraine by the Russian Federation in violation of the Charter of the United Nations. As of today, the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine registered over 191,000 Russia's crimes in Ukraine. Russia is brutally attacking Ukraine on a daily basis. The civilian population and infrastructure are mercilessly shelled and bombed as a result of indiscriminate and premeditated missile, drone and artillery attacks by the Russian armed forces, resulting in enormous civilian casualties. Strong and resolute reaction of the OSCE and its institutions is needed to help to avoid Russia's impunity for these crimes. Furthermore, the Russian aggression is marked by the premeditated genocidal actions of deportation of at least 20,000 Ukrainian children and grave violations of their rights through the imposition of Russian citizenship, forced Russification, militarization and indoctrination, erasing the Ukrainian identity and deprivation of any possibility to return to Ukraine. The International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children remains a key platform to address this problem on international level. An important impetus to its activities was given at its recent Leaders' Summit on the sidelines of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly in New York. We urge the OSCE to join this coalition. Russia continues to illegally detain and torture thousands of Ukrainian civilians and over 200 Crimean political prisoners. The September 2025 Moscow Mechanism report on prisoners of war confirms that the Russian aggression is marked by the barbaric execution and torture of Ukrainian prisoners of war by members of the Russian armed forces. Such crimes are shocking and underline the urgency of accountability. All these Russia's actions are in gross breach of the norms of international humanitarian law, in particular the Geneva Conventions, as well as international human rights law. Let me stress that Russia's gross systematic violations will continue until Russia acts in impunity. Therefore, it is critically important to further prioritize on the OSCE agenda the issue of accountability for perpetrators and justice for victims of Russia's war. We call on the OSCE participating states to support the launch of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine by acceding to the enlarged partial agreement on the management of committee of the Special Tribunal. We also underline the need to further prioritize the monitoring and documentation of Russia's gross violation of IHL and human rights, including in Crimea and other temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Ukraine invites representatives of partner states, NGOs and experts in IHL to support and take part in the work of recently established international humanitarian law progressive development platform. This platform was established by Ukraine to adapt and further develop IHL norms in order to ensure their continued relevance and effectiveness in the context of high-intensity international armed conflict, namely in the...
Can I ask you to wrap up, please? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I was giving you a few seconds to wrap up, but okay. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to keep the time. I will now give the floor to the International Council for Diplomacy and Dialogue. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name's Stephen Bronner. I'm the president of the International Council for Diplomacy and Dialogue in the USA, and I want to talk about two things today, just quickly. The first is we've been very concerned about the rise of right-wing extremism in Europe. I know that the OSCE has an action task force that deals with this question nationally, that is to say, one state at a time. I would urge the OSCE to think about an international tribunal that deals with transnational forms of organization of right-wing extremist organizations. This is something that ICDD USA has worked on, and we would like to involve ourselves in cooperation with any of you who are interested. The second thing is to talk about about Ukraine. We have done a great deal, both I like to think a great deal, both with Ukrainian organizations and in Europe and the United States. With Ukrainian organizations, ICDD USA has worked with 13 civil society organizations to put forward a declaration of demands of possibilities for furthering the peace process. Secondly, we have done a great deal of publicity and in terms of working with the Ukrainian Institute for Politics and various ongoing podcasts and interviews by our people. The third thing is that ICDD USA is organizing a conference, a Zoom conference that will involve 26 organizations from all over Europe and also Eastern Europe, and we would that conference is dedicated to a white paper which has been going around to various ministries and state departments. The discussion will center on scenarios and options regarding peace in Ukraine and trying to move forward to the future. And I would urge you, we would be very interested in having the participation of esteemed people such as yourselves in that conference. You can contact me at bronnerse@icdd-usa.org. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to talk to any of you about this.
Thank you. Next on my list is the delegation of Romania. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am delivering this statement on behalf of the European Union. The following participating states have aligned themselves with the statement: Albania, Andorra, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Norway, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine. The 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act highlighted its continued validity, while deploring that many of its core principles have been and continue to be systematically violated, especially in the context of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, where these principles are gravely breached. Russia's aggression causes immense suffering, not least for civilians. The EU condemns in the strongest terms Russia's relentless and deliberate attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Indiscriminate attacks are clear violations of international humanitarian law. In September, the OHCHR reported that the total number of casualties increased by 40% in the first 8 months of this year compared to 2024. Since the beginning of the full-scale war in 2022, the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission estimates at least 21,000 civilian deaths and more than 38,000 civilians injured. The actual number is likely significantly higher. The latest investigation by the Independent Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, along with ODIHR's 7th interim report, states that Russia's use of explosive weapons in populated areas remained the leading cause of civilian casualties in blatant disregard of IHL, including the principles of distinction and proportionality. According to the Commission, these acts have been committed pursuant to a coordinated state policy and amount to crimes against humanity, with the primary purpose of spreading terror among the population in grave violation of international humanitarian law. Appallingly, according to the latest findings of the Moscow mechanism, Russia is committing widespread and systematic violations of IHL and IHRL in its treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war. These include arbitrary killings and executions, both on the battlefield and in detention, torture and ill treatment, denial of fair trial rights, inhuman detention conditions, inadequate food and medical care, exposure to contagious diseases, forced labor, severe beatings, sexual violence, and psychological humiliation. The EU calls for accountability for all crimes and human rights violations and abuses stemming from Russia's war of aggression. Thus, OSCE, through ODIHR and Human Dimension Mechanism, can bring its contribution. We also reiterate the vital role civil society organizations and human rights defenders play in ensuring accountability and sustaining vibrant democracies. We will also continue to demand the immediate and unconditional release and safe return of all forcibly transferred and deported Ukrainian children and civilians arbitrarily detained, including the 3 OSCE staff members, Vadim Golda, Maxim Petrov, and Dmytro Shabanov. We support all efforts towards achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, grounded in the principles of the UN Charter and international law, as well as of the Helsinki Final Act. The EU firmly believes that upholding and implementing international law and OSCE principles and commitments and ensuring accountability, along with meaningful dialogue, are the only ways to effectively address cross-dimensional challenges, resolve disputes, and achieve peace, security, and stability. Honest and genuine engagement from all participating states is essential to achieving this goal. I thank you.
Thank you. I now have the Human Rights Promotion Center Public Union. You have the floor.
Nazreen Aliyeva, founder and deputy chairman of Human Rights Promotion Center and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Mrs. Moderator, dear participants, in our time, humanitarian challenges are becoming more acute against the backdrop of armed conflicts. Unfortunately, as a result of wars and occupations, millions of civilians are displaced from their homes, and fundamental rights are violated. Azerbaijan is a country that has experienced this reality for decades. Hundreds of thousands of our people have lived as internally displaced people for a long time, and children, women, and elderly have become the main targets of international humanitarian disasters. Even today, the mined areas created by conflicts put the lives of thousands of people at risk. Although international legal norms in this area are clear, their application is often not implemented. The UN Security Council resolutions 822, 853, 874, 884, which demanded an end to the occupation of Azerbaijan's sovereign lands, haven't been implemented for years. Although Azerbaijan has repeatedly appealed to the international organizations and demanded a solution to the issue, unfortunately, they haven't taken any real steps. The inaction of the OSCE Minsk Group, which was established to resolve the conflict, also resulted in its dissolution after the 8th August peace declaration signed in the United States. We believe that respect for the principles of humanitarian law, the protection of civilian population, the right of refugees and internally displaced people to return in safety and dignity should be the priorities of international community. International organizations shouldn't be satisfied with just adopting resolutions, but should demonstrate a more strict and principled position in monitoring their implementation. Decisive steps are necessary to protect the reputation of organizations and provide real support for international peace. I thank you.
Thank you. I now have the Public Union for Gender Equality and Women Initiatives. You have the floor.
Mrs. Moderator, Nigar Ramazanova, Public Union for Gender Equality and Women Initiative. It is well known that women, girls, and children are among the most vulnerable in armed conflicts. In Azerbaijan, they endured serious suffering during the 3 decades of military occupation of our territories. Over 700,000 Azerbaijanis, half of them women, were forcibly displaced, and thousands of women and girls were killed. Nearly 4,000 Azerbaijani citizens went missing, including 284 women. Yet, those responsible for atrocities against civilians continue to enjoy impunity, as Armenia has taken no steps to investigate or prosecute this crime. Even after the end of the conflict, Azerbaijani civilians have been killed or injured by landmines in the liberated territories. I call upon the international community to stand with Azerbaijan in its ongoing demining efforts. I'd like to respond to the allegation directed against my country, Azerbaijan, by the representative of Armenia, Gongos. The level of hate speech and propaganda demonstrated here by Armenia NGO representatives demonstrated the deep-rooted Azerbaijanophobia in Armenian society. Despite the fact that Azerbaijan and Armenia initiated the peace agreement in August in the United States, you still continue its destructive and revanchist rhetoric against Azerbaijan. What you are trying to do here hurts the peace process between our countries. Thank you for your attention.
I now have the Gizilbash Youth Education Public Union. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, my name is Gil Alesker. I am from Azerbaijan. International law of human rights and international humanitarian law are there to protect the life and dignity of civilians at any stage of a conflict. Azerbaijan is following these principles, and Azerbaijan has proven that in delivering practical assistance and help. We have directed help to the Palestinians in the Gaza sector. My country has shipped humanitarian aid, water, medical, drugs. We also cooperate with Ukraine in the reconstruction of the energy infrastructure and deliver humanitarian aid to Ukraine. We also are witnessing some hostile activities of the Russian Federation against Azerbaijan because of the aid that is shipped by Azerbaijan to Ukraine. We call upon Russia to respect the sovereignty and inviolability of the national borders of Ukraine, and also we call on Russia to give possibilities to the partners to send humanitarian aid. Thank you.
Turkmenistan Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights. You have the floor.
Thank you. Без малого 20 лет.
For 20 years, starting from 2004, I've been participating in ODIHR OSCE conferences. I can say that for 20 years, OSCE has been degrading For example, yesterday, what has been said by a vice minister, or like representatives of international organizations, these are just words. Journalists, bloggers have been tortured. Human rights are being violated. This is an everyday reality in the OSCE region. The German chancellor stated that autocratic states challenge the liberal order in the whole world, challenge democratic countries. The French President Macron said even stronger, democracy has been degenerating due to various attacks, including internal attacks. OSCE mission in Turkmenistan does not develop the civil society, but cooperates with the Turkmenistani dictatorship. And the dictatorship actually fabricates cases, kidnaps activists abroad, tortures them in prison, and usually they just disappear. The Moscow mechanism is not efficient. Since 2003, the Moscow mechanism has been activated in case of Turkmenistan several times, but the result is zero. You basically cooperate and support the dictatorship. I think the words of the French president about the degeneration of democracy are very right ones. But last week he met with the Turkmenistan dictator, and actually, even before, he met with other officials just in order to have an economic agreement, a contract for Turkmenistan to buy a satellite from France, and so that they can inform the whole world about the achievements of the Turkmeni dictator. Yesterday, the representative of Turkmenistan came here, read his statement, but he is not here today. So look at what you have been doing. You are not fighting for democracy. You are supporting and promoting tortures. You are doing actually everything possible for democracy in the OSCE region to disappear. And it is clearly seen in case of Central Asian countries. So you yourself mentioned that in Europe there are autocratic regimes as well. Thank you very much.
I now have the Azerbaijan Institute for Democracy and Human Rights. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ahmad Shaidov. I represent Azerbaijan Institute for Democracy and Human Rights. We are meeting today at a time when our world faces many challenges, wars, divisions, and human suffering. But even in these difficult times, we still have hope, the hope that dialogue can replace war and justice can overcome hate. In my region, in South Caucasus, we are witnessing one of the most important peace efforts in decades. On August 8 this year, at the White House, President Donald Trump hosted a historic meeting between President Ilham Aliyev of Azerbaijan and Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan of Armenia. And this meeting was not only symbolic, it was a turning point. President Trump personally invested his time, his influence, and his leadership to help bring peace to our region. And he showed that real global leadership means solving conflicts, not freezing them. He proved that America's stance can be used not only on the battlefield, but at the negotiation table for peace, for stability, and for the future of the nation. And as an Azerbaijani human rights advocate, I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump for his courage and dedication to this process, because the South Caucasus will remember his efforts as a major contribution to ending a long and painful conflict. And I also want to thank the United States delegation here today, and especially Senator Marco Rubio, whose continued support for peace and stability in the South Caucasus is greatly appreciated. Before my speech, an Armenian representative here took the floor and made very biased, revanchist remarks against my country, Azerbaijan. I must state clearly, such provocative statements have no place in this hall. Today, peace talks between Azerbaijan and Armenia are progressing successfully, and both nations have a real chance to leave the past behind. Attempts to poison this process with hostility and misinformation are unacceptable. And let me also clarify that the Armenian individuals mentioned in that speech are currently facing trial in Baku. They are not political prisoners, but war criminals. And these are the very people who, during the 2020 war, ordered missile attacks on civilian areas in Ganja, Berda, and Vingachever cities of Azerbaijan, killing innocent people, men, women, and children. And that's why justice must be served, because peace cannot be built on impunity. And unfortunately, in other parts of our continent, war still continues. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has caused enormous suffering and destruction. And in recent days, we have seen more missile and drone attacks targeting cities, homes, and energy systems. And these are not just attacks on Ukraine, they are attacks on international law and human life itself. And Europe's security is now in real danger. And when one nation is attacked, all of us are at risk. That's why the USC must remain firm and united in defending peace, freedom, and the sovereignty of every state. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. Just a reminder as well, again, around pictures, it has to be done with the agreement as well of the speaker. And to, as well, again, introduce yourself. The next speaker on my list is from the Institute for Reporters' Freedom and Safety. You have the floor. Do I have a representative from the Institute for Reporters' Freedom and Safety? Okay. It does not seem to be the case. I will move on to the next speaker from the Office of the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Alexander Osipov. I represent the Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights. 1 year ago, here in this hall, I spoke about thousands of Ukrainian children taken by Russia, about civilians, including 3 OSCE staff members, also citizens of Spain, held in Russian captivity, and about the destruction of the religious freedom and heritage. A year has passed. None of them have been released, just like thousands of innocent Ukrainians who remain in Russian captivity. Thousands of Ukrainian children remain far from home. Charities continue to be destroyed. Russia keeps violating international humanitarian law and the Geneva Convention every single day. Since the war began in 2014, Russia has been stealing our children. Ukraine is returning children as a part of initiative of the President of Ukraine, Bring Kids Back UA. As now, 1,656 children have been returned. Russia has deported around 20,000 Ukrainian children. Behind every number is a broken family. Let me tell you a story about Svetlana and Diana, twin sisters from Kherson. They were only 1 year old when a Russian shell killed their parents, orphaned, alone, and then abducted by Russian forces. They did not go on a holiday camp. Russia stole them so that they would learn to hate Ukraine. Hard to believe that such cruelty is possible. Last year, Ukraine managed to bring Svetlana and Diana back home. When they finally crossed the border with their uncles, they were holding hands, as if afraid to be separated again. Their story reminds us to a simple truth. We are not fighting for abstract numbers. We are fighting for childhood, for a right for every child to have parents and home, for a future where no child is ever again stolen by those who murder. Russia continues to keep more than 16,000 civilians in captivity. They include volunteers, teachers, journalists, local officials, priests. Only around 360 have been released. Most of them live in terrible conditions, with no sunlight, no contact with their families, suffering beatings, torture, and pressure to admit the crimes they never did. They imprisoned only because they're Ukrainians. Russia war is also war again faced. Since 2022, more than 700 holy places have been destroyed or damaged by Russia. 53 objects have been completely erased. Many priests have been arrested. 67 were killed or tortured to death. By burning churches and persecuting believers, Russia trying to erase Ukraine's spiritual identity. This is not a history. This is happening now in the heart of Europe. Ukraine is fighting not only for its freedom, but also for human dignity. In conclusion, I just want you to imagine for a moment that is your child crying somewhere in Russia calling for you. There is your wife or husband suffering in a torture chamber for no reason. There is your place of worship burning in the flames. What would you do? I believe the answer is clear. Let's act together so that next year we can speak not about the pain, but about the peace and justice. Thank you.
I thank you. I will now give the floor to the Reformist Youth Public Union. You have the floor.
Спасибо большое. Меня зовут Фарид Шахпаз.
Thank you very much. I am the chairperson of the Reformist Youth Public Union from Azerbaijan. Dear participants, dear colleagues, Azerbaijan is a country that have been facing humanitarian crisis due to the armed conflict. That's why we value peace. Thousands of people had to leave their places of residence. Many people became victims. Azerbaijan went through a humanitarian crisis. Now we are ready to build a sustainable peace for future generations. We actually have a large-scale reconstruction project in Karabakh. We are building schools, roads. Former displaced persons return to their homes. We restore cultural heritage and the nature. We wanted not to liberate our land, but also to rebuild justice. So we actually achieved a peace agreement between the president and the Armenian prime minister that was signed in the USA. This is the new page in the history of the region, finishing the conflict history and building foundation for mutual respect and cooperation. And Azerbaijan is the author of this peaceful process, as our president stated. We support the peaceful process. The future of the region is not about the conflict, but peace and reconciliation. Nevertheless, some Armenian forces obstruct peace and stability in the region. They continue their provocation using as well OSCE platform. We will continue to express political will and undertake practical measures to achieve peace. We want the democratic values and peace to win. Thank you very much for your attention.
I have now the political movement Group 24. You have the floor.
Сайгозиев Мухаммад Субир, представляю политическое движение Группа 24.
Yes, dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the political group 24, I would like to pay attention to this systematic violation of human rights in Tajikistan. Today, our country counter-solid authorities use all its force not to support its citizens, but to oppress them. The transnational repression and aggression is not a single case, and our organization actually is constantly risking its functionality, and the fact that it happens in the modern world actually is usually puts us at risk. And with regard to the refugees, war refugees, political refugees, a lot of Tajikistan citizens who have left their homeland cannot feel quite secure even beyond the borders of the country. And they are always prosecuted by Interpol and some bilateral agreements. So the Group 24 with Sharipov, we're were actually caught and extradited to Tajikistan. Finally, they were sentenced to 20 and 30 years of imprisonment. Almost 200 citizens citizens were transferred from autonomous region to Russia, and they were also sentenced to long terms. And I guess that nowadays it has become a platform for some kind of whims of the dictatorship, some fabricated cases. They are usually directed for execution. And unfortunately, in even recent 6 months, almost approximately 6 people imprisoned were killed. The crimes that the Rahman regime commits and the countries that support him can be treated as a criminal activity. Not only their relatives and dearest ones are imprisoned, they are imprisoned for being the representatives of citizens who are thinking otherwise. And these are the institutions, these are the people who are the dictatorship. And dictatorship is the beginning of the territories, because if any kind of sound judgment appears, they are usually prosecuted. And we encourage you not to cooperate with dictators, but force them, oblige and act in compliance with international human laws. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I now have the delegation of Georgia. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates. My name is Irakli Antadze. I represent the State Security Service of Georgia, and let me use this opportunity and deliver the humanitarian information regarding the humanitarian and security challenges imposed by occupation of Georgian territories. Occupied Abkhazia and Tkhinvali regions of Georgia remain under tight control of Russian occupation forces. After 2008 war between Russia and Georgia, Russian occupation forces started illegal so-called borderization process, placing various artificial barriers like barbed wires along the occupation line. They also established so-called crossing points across the occupation line, being operated by Russian FSB. Furthermore, so-called crossing points are occasionally closed for various seasons, sometimes for prolonged periods. Local residents are still denied from access to their land plots, homes, gardens, cemeteries, and places of worship. Access to the so-called crossing points also remains largely restricted for the majority of the population. Russian occupation forces continue illegal detentions of local residents on both sides of the occupation line. Illegal detentions represent a powerful tool to keep the central government of Georgia under constant pressure, also targeted on alienation and isolation of population divided by the occupation. The practice of illegal detentions sometimes ends with fatal outcomes. On November 6, 2023, representatives of the Russian occupation forces killed Georgian citizen Tamaz Ginturi near local church. Soon it will mark almost 2 years since this brutal murder, and yet representatives of Russian Federation display zero intention to bring the perpetrators to justice. Furthermore, justice has not been served regarding the murder cases of Irakli Koaratskeli, Archil Tatunashvili, Giga Othozoria, David Basharuli, and Vitaly Karbaya. It's also alarming that recent developments on occupied Abkhazia put local Georgians under the risk of new wave of expulsion. Recently, certain categories of the population are now prohibited from receiving inheritance if they provided any assistance of the Georgian legitimate authorities now or earlier, it's highly likely that its instrument will be used against the Georgian population. Ongoing developments include other oppressive measures such as so-called restoration of Abkhaz national identity through pressure on local Georgians to change their identity surnames. In addition, the Russification process are especially active in occupied Abkhazia and Skhin Valley regions of Georgia, particularly in the places densely populated by the Georgian. The actions of Russian propaganda units such as Rossotrudnichestvo and Russian Open Educational Centers illegally deployed in these occupied regions, disguised as an educational activities, aims at introduction of the youth and their integration into the so-called Russian world. Regarding humanitarian and security challenges imposed by occupation of Georgian territories by Russian Federation, side event will be held today by the representatives of the State Security Service on Georgia at 18:30 in the meeting room number 5 plenary. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Just a reminder to remain on time, but also to speak slowly to make sure that the interpreters are able to follow. Next speaker on my list is the Institute for Human Rights. You have the floor. Do we have the Institutes for Human Rights? I believe it is not the case. I will now move to the Worldwide Lawyers Association, WOLAS, and I will probably not try to massacre the rest of the name, unfortunately. So do we have the Worldwide Lawyers Association in the room?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Hasan Basri Bulbul. I represent Worldwide Lawyers Association from Istanbul. Distinguished participants, protecting human rights defenders is central to this organization's human dimension approach. And it is true that the absence of democracy and respect for human rights often generates security problems. The situation in Russia and the invasion of Ukraine only testify this. Yet insecurity can also be caused by states that are frequently celebrated as democracies. The invasion of Iraq by the United States was a striking example of this. Today, Israel, often portrayed as the only democracy in the Middle East, continues to attack almost all its neighbors. Indeed, it's become a rogue state that has established an apartheid regime in Palestine, as confirmed by the ICJ in 2024. It is now committing a genocide in Gaza, as various UN bodies concluded. Unfortunately, the international community, including OSCE member states, has failed to prevent this ongoing genocide. When states failed to act, human rights defenders took responsibility and launched civilian initiatives. The Global Smooth Flotilla sailed to deliver life-saving aid to Gaza's starving civilians. Yet Israel unlawfully intercepted their vessels in international waters, abducted the activists, and continues to detain some of them, labeling them as terrorists. As we speak right now, another flotilla, Freedom Flotilla Coalition, comprising 11 vessels and 156 human rights defenders, including the citizens of OSCE member states such as Canada, France, Belgium, Italy, and the United Kingdom, and more, is once again sailing to challenge Israel's illegal siege on Gaza. They have undertaken this mission, risking their lives. Indeed, the Conscious ship was bombed by Israel on the high seas near Malta just 6 months ago. Global Smooth Flotilla was also bombed several times. We often reaffirm our commitment to the protection of human rights defenders and humanitarian workers. In this context, I ask OSCE participating states, how will you protect human rights defenders, your own citizens who are currently detained in Israeli prisons? And how will you protect those now at sea, risking their lives to uphold international law deliver humanitarian aid, and break the siege imposed on Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. I now...
Спасибо. Я бы хотела сейчас надать слова Борису Бабину. Здравствуйте. Доктор юридических наук, профессор, эксперт Крымско-Татарского ресурсного центра. Уважаемые участники, негативные последствия для человеческого измерения, вызванные продолжающей российской агрессией против Украины, временной оккупацией украинских территорий, а также совершенным Россией военными преступлениями, преступлением против человечности, стали новым, чрезвычайно сложным вызовом для международного гуманитарного и правозащитного права. Хочу напомнить, что окружающая среда, так и важный объект защиты в рамках этих фундаментальных норм упоминается в Женевских конвенциях, Римском статусе, а также в пактах и договорах о правах человека. По состоянию на март 2025 года Украина зафиксировала более 8 тысяч случаев ущерба окружающей среде в результате военных действий. Общий объем нанесенного ущерба уже достиг почти 85 миллиардов евро. Грубые нарушения преступлений России против окружающей среды, совершенные в ходе агрессии против Украины, а также взрывы дамбы Каховской ГЭС в июне 2023 года создали новую реальность Justin Bell, включая гуманитарные измерения, человеческие жертвы, вопросы компенсации и ответственности. Следующая катастрофическая ситуация, связанная с российской агрессией, прошла 15 декабря 2024 года, когда российские танкеры «Волгонефть-212» и «Волгонефть-239», входившие в состав теневого российского флота, затонули во время шторма Керченского пролива, в то, что указало на пренебрежительные оккупантов нормы безопасности на их кампанию по дезинформации относительно данного инцидента. В новом докладе ООН «Военные действия и токсические вещества», подготовленный специальным докладчиком по вопросу токсичных веществ в правах человека, профессором Маркосом Алианом, отмечается, что военные действия способны вызвать химические загрязнения, в том числе результаты разливов нефти, которые являются одним из основных источников вколыченного ущерба в зонах конфликта. Соответствующее положение в контексте незаконной деятельности России отражено также в заключительных замечаниях Комитета ООН по экономическим, социальным и культурным вопросам. Комитет отметил, что добывающая деятельность России оказывает негативное влияние на реализацию прав, предусмотренных пакетом 1966 года, и что компании, находящиеся под юрисдикцией России, вовлечены в деятельность за рубежом, которая наносит серьезный ущерб экономическим, социальным и культурным правам, включая деятельность так называемого теневого танкерного флота. В связи с этим мы призываем все органы ОБСЕ и государства-участники уделить особое внимание взаимосвязи между международными, гуманитарными, экологическими, уголовными и правом области прав человека в контексте российских преступлений против окружающей среды в Украине, законной деятельности российского теневого флота и соответствующего гуманитарного измерения. Пожалуйста, если у вас есть возможность прислать презентации, пожалуйста, это облегчит работу наших переводчиков.
Thank you. Madam Chair, distinguished participants, as recognized by each and every OSCE participating state, human rights are the birthright of all human beings. These rights are universal, inalienable, and guaranteed by law, both at times of war as well as peace. International human rights law and international humanitarian law, as two distinct but complementary bodies of law, should be respected by all and at all times. Yet, despite the rules and principles that build our shared commitments, we continue to face serious violations in the OSCE region and beyond. At the same time, selective approaches to the commitments undermine the very basic principles. We need to be able to uphold them without any double standards. Madam Chair, the world is witnessing the highest number of conflicts since World War II. Armed conflicts are the main cause for severe human rights abuses, particularly through violation of international humanitarian and international human rights law. The war in Ukraine remains one of the main threats against regional and global peace and stability. The humanitarian toll it takes on innocent lives is immense and unbearable. Civilians, in particular women and children, are severely and disproportionately impacted by this conflict, which is unfortunately the case for all armed conflicts. Turkey's stance on the war is unchanged since day one. A just and sustainable peace in Ukraine can only be achieved through diplomacy, and further escalation must be avoided at all costs. Our position from the beginning is firmly anchored in all manifestations of international law, the UN Charter and the OSCE principle, with steadfast support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. Madam Chair, we cannot turn a blind eye to the intolerable suffering of the Palestinian people and the situation in Gaza, and yet again, women and children are the most affected ones. The deprivation of Palestinians from their basic rights in Gaza, as well as in the West Bank, is unacceptable. The humanitarian tragedy fuels tensions not only in the region, but all across the world. The international community is no longer silent on these human atrocities. Countless leaders started raising their voices against the monstrosity and declaring their commitments to take concrete actions for stopping the bloodshed and advancing the two-state solutions. It is this determination that gives us hope that there is still a way of saving not only the Palestinian people, but also humanity in Gaza. We as Turkey support all efforts aiming at an immediate ceasefire and reconstruction of Gaza. In this regard, the plan announced by US President Trump and the response of Hamas provides a window of opportunity. As we mark the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Helsinki Final Act, which stands out a milestone in this history of human rights, we uphold our sincere hopes for peace, security, and above all, humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have the National Alliance for Professional Social Workers.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dinara. I'm from Kazakhstan. I'm head of National Alliance of Professional Social Workers. And first of all, thank you very much for having me here. And secondly, I would like to invite audience to our side event, which is going to be 15th of October between 2:30 and 3:30 in meeting room 3. And it calls Human Trafficking in Kazakhstan, Progress and Challenge via Social Work Lens. And I would like to add that I will try to talk about also through social work lens, because as I learned from yesterday that we should promote in my country too political rights of women, but first of all we should promote cultural, social and economical rights, because from yesterday I learned that very crucial number of women representing their countries. And first of all, I would like also add that my country also very young democracy, and social work as a profession came up with the independency. And we established our professional alliance 6 years ago, and we get a membership in International Federation of Social Workers 3 years ago. And then 2 years ago, we established National Association School of Social Work. Why? Yesterday, I heard a lot about resilience, about inclusion, about how to work with people who have a low voice, and we should promote them with our tool as a social work profession. And what we are trying to do, and it's very close to human rights dimension baskets, because it's very crucial tool to help people to get education, to promote their economical and social rights. And this is why we are trying to promote and help and to consult government. For example, last years we're promoting social worker position in school settings. Why? Because, for example, in country which we here today, they almost have a social worker position which could promote the best rights of the child. And our mandate also to promote social justice, to promote inequality, to increase inequality, and this is why we are teaching we have an education program in social work in the country, but it's not yet established as a department, as a school of social work, and we are trying to implement or help to provide international law and national law. And last several years, I was a member of some working groups in Parliament, including the domestic violence law, including professional families law. But it's very clearly that any legal reforms should be saved by human capitals. Human capitals, I mean social workforce. But probably it's a common challenge for other countries in the region too. But it's a very crucial one that we also should have. For example, to establish 1 million.
I apologize. I need you to wrap up. You have a few seconds.
We have a challenge. We have 7 million children, and this is we're trying to also to help establish at least 1 million social worker professionally in future in coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have the Russian associations.
Сейчас я бы хотела запросить представителя Российской ассоциации. Hello, my name is Dmitry Shafrov, and I present the Russian Association of Faith. I would like to say that actually my grandfather 110 years ago was pastor of evangelical church in Helsinki, and then I spent almost 20 years in he spent almost 20 years in exiles, and actually probably today, for example, my voice is somehow drawing in the Russophobian atmosphere, and probably yesterday at the opening plenary session, it was remarked that it is essential to continue to be ruled by the principle of democracy. Dear colleagues, I'm calling for some solid ground with the consistency in the application of international law. We are all witnessing a systemic crisis in which basic legal principles have been replaced by political expediency. This is a systemic crisis, which is fundamental humanitarian principles have become a bargaining chip in the geopolitical game, and human rights, which we talk about so much, have been divided into right and wrong, and the suffering of civilians has been classified as significant or insignificant in the eyes of the international community. The root of the problem is an entrenched system of double standards. Russia's actions are condemned at the highest levels with the creation of special tribunals, yet actions committed against the Russian population, cruel and inhuman, are deliberately ignored or justified. Attacks on civilian infrastructure in Russian cities, terrorist acts on railways targeting peaceful population, shelling of residential areas, resulting in civilian casualties. All these are entirely ignored by the international monitoring missions of the portrayed in the media as the inevitable or even justified. We have witnessed a paradoxical situation. As the number of legal institutions and mechanisms grows, the law itself becomes increasingly selective. The criterion for judging a legal violation is no longer in its substance, but in the citizenship of the victims or the political alignment of the party involved. The justice cannot be selective. Either we recognize universal standards for all participants in international relations, or we must honestly admit that we are not talking about law or about power, but about power. Civil society sees its tasks and they consistently defending this principle. This is not about anyone's political interest, but about preserving the very concept truth in the international relations. Without a return to the fundamental principles, any discussion of international law loses its meaning. Allow me to illustrate with one example, recent parliamentary election in Moldova. Of the 500,000 Moldovan citizens live in Russia, only 2 polling stations were opened there, and only about 20,000 ballots were provided. Meanwhile, so I can it illustrated by other examples, but to wrap up, thank you for your attention.
I now have the delegation of Armenia. You have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Moderator, distinguished colleagues, more than 160 years ago, on June 24, 1859, Henri Dunant witnessed the horrors of the Battle of Solferino. What he saw on that battlefield, thousands of wounded soldiers abandoned without care, would inspire an idea that forever changed the course of humanitarian action. From his vision emerged the International Committee of the Red Cross and the path-breaking proposal for a treaty binding nations to provide care for the wounded, regardless of the side the latter belongs to. Out of immense suffering came a legacy of humanity and solidarity, embodied in the universally recognized rules of war. Yet today, these fundamental rules are under great threat. Conflicts are multiplying, spreading, and intensifying. The International Committee of the Red Cross now records more than 130 armed conflicts across the globe, more than just a year ago, and far more than a generation ago. Colleagues, the obligations of states under international humanitarian law are neither optional nor conditional upon the origins of a conflict. No state can justify the deliberate targeting of civilians, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, or disproportionate attacks on military objectives by invoking self-defense. It was crafted precisely to prevent double standards in the conduct of war. Under this law, all parties must be treated equally. Unfortunately, today, we are witnessing an unprecedented number of violations of international humanitarian law. Even more concerning is the growing practice of states resorting to legal gamesmanship, invoking international law selectively in an attempt to whitewash their own repeated violations, particularly of IHL. This is why Armenia has consistently advocated that all states must respect and uphold their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law. Madam Moderator, the situation of Armenian POWs and other detainees remains a matter of deep humanitarian concern. We believe that their release would represent a vital confidence-building step. In the absence of independent humanitarian monitoring, since the closure of the ICRC's operation in Azerbaijan, release gains even greater urgency. In the context of the agreement on the establishment of peace and interstate relations initialed on August 8 in Washington, D.C., the release of POWs and other detainees should become an early and tangible outcome of the peace process and post-conflict rehabilitation. This would not only resolve the most pressing humanitarian issue, but also strengthen trust between the parties. Colleagues, at the same time, we firmly reject the abuse of this conference by some fictitious NGOs that exploit this platform to disseminate biased, unfounded, oriented, and often dangerous narratives. This harmful practice must be carefully addressed and eliminated. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for remaining on time. Just a point to inform that we still are far ahead in our list and not have that much time. So as of now, please wrap up as of 3 minutes. The latest at 3:10, I will have to cut the mic and move on. The next speaker on the list is the Union of Informed Citizens. You have the floor.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, human rights experts, my intervention will focus on the catastrophic failure of accountability and the systemic deconstruction of international humanitarian and human rights law in the South Caucasus. The principle of non-derogation from core humanitarian norms has been rendered meaningless. Reports by Human Rights Watch and extensive case submissions to the ECHR confirm that the Armenian service personnel and civilians, including elderly, were subject to extrajudicial killings, severe torture, cruel and degrading treatment while in Azerbaijani custody. Videos circulated by the perpetrators themselves show soldiers out of combat, hors de combat, being summarily executed. The level of depravity has reached a point where the mutilation and desecration of the dead are documented. Reports cite instances of bodies, including women's bodies, being stripped, filmed, and carved with military insignias, a barbaric act that is a severe war crime under Geneva Conventions. The perpetrators of these documented crimes largely enjoy total impunity, with evidence of some even being awarded by the leadership, demonstrating that these are not isolated incidents, but acts condoned by the state. 5 years after the war, Azerbaijan continues to detain Armenian prisoners of war, civilian captives, and former political figures, often refusing to recognize their status under Geneva Conventions. Beyond the battlefield, the violations of international human rights law expose a deeper systemic policy of ethnic discrimination and institutionalized hate speech. The ICJ and the ECHR have repeatedly issued provisional measures. The ICJ ordered Azerbaijan to ensure unimpeded movement along the Lachin corridor, and this order was ignored, leading to a humanitarian catastrophe and culminating in the forced displacement of ethnic cleansing of over 100,000 Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. This act is a gross violation of the rights to life and the freedom from torture. In the face of this overwhelming evidence, we cannot hide behind a neutral language. There can be no genuine dialogue or inclusion without justice and freedom for all prisoners of war and civilian captives. I thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the time as well. Just a call that civil society representatives and other organizations are to sit behind their nameplates and not behind a participating state's plates. Thank you. With this, we move to the rights and freedoms of Turkmenistan citizens. You have the floor.
Спасибо. Диана Серебренник, права и свободы граждан Туркменистана.
Diana Seremnik. I would like to pay attention to serious and continuous violation of human rights in Turkmenistan. How actually the human rights movement is supporting. I would like to draw attention to the serious and ongoing human rights. For more than 30 years, Turkmenistan has presented itself as the neutral state. A state is recognized by the United Nations. However, neutrality cannot serve the shield of impunity. The true neutrality requires full respect for international law and full cooperation with UN bodies. It's deeply concerning that Turkmenistan publicly refers to the international law at global forums, yet ignores the same principles within its own borders. The state continues to violate the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, at which it's the party, and refuses to implement the decisions of the international human rights mechanisms. On July 2024, the UN Human Rights Committee issued a ruling in the case of Jaldi Kiryazov, confirming that Turkmenistan had violated the rights, including the unlawful confiscation of his property. Instead of complying with the decision, the authorities responded with threats. Unfortunately, it's not an isolated case. Numerous reports continue to emerge of torture, intimidation, and political persecution within the country. Moreover, Turkmenistan continues to persecute its citizens beyond the borders. There have been documented cases of Turkmen citizens residing in Turkey who were forcibly returned to Turkmenistan, where they were subsequently subjected to torture and enforced disappearance. This constitutes a grave violation of the international. I urge the OSCE Forum to make a public statement on the decision. It's essential to condemn acts of intimidation and reprisals against the victims and their families. Turkmenistan must be held accountable for the human rights violations committed both inside country and beyond its borders. The international community must put pressure on Turkmenistan and remind that the neutrality is not immunity, and international law is not a recommendation, it's an obligation.
For this, I will now give the floor to the delegation of Italy. Madam, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Italy aligns with the statement by the European Union and would like to add some remarks in a national capacity. Italy pays particular attention to humanitarian challenges in the context of armed conflict. Among these, the protection of children. It must remain our priority. Safeguarding children is not only a legal obligation, but it's a moral imperative and a foundation for lasting peace and security. At the OSCE, there is the Group of Friends of Children and Armed Conflict that has worked actively in this direction. We introduced an additionally voluntary questionnaire on children and armed conflict attached to the annual Code of Conduct. In 2025, 18 participating states have responded, and this tool helps us share best practices, identify gaps, and strengthen the respect for international humanitarian law. Furthermore, the Group of Friends has organized seminars on critical issues such as child trafficking and children born of war. These initiatives shed light on the unique vulnerabilities of children fleeing conflict. The urgency of this agenda is dramatically clear in Ukraine. Children continue to endure displacement, trauma, and destruction of schools and hospitals. Reports of forced transfers and deportation remind us that children are paying the highest terrible price of war. Madam Chair, sexual violence against children in conflict remains one of the 6 grave violations identified by the United Nations Security Council, and yet it is still vastly underreported. Girls, in particular, remain disproportionately affected, as well as children with disabilities. The OSCE, with its comprehensive approach to security, can play a vital role in helping participating states strengthen prevention, protection, and accountability. In particular, the OSCE can help building capacity and cooperation through training for law enforcement, national action plans, and cross-border collaboration. Secondly, it can empower youth as partners in peace building. Their voices must be heard in shaping solutions. We also stress the need to enhance the protection and recognition of young humanitarian volunteers. Madam Chair, protecting children is not an optional addition to our work. It's a fundamental element of any effective conflict resolution strategy. Italy will continue to support efforts within the OSCE to ensure that children are not forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the next delegation is the delegation of United Kingdom. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Ukraine has now endured over 3 years of Russia's illegal war. Throughout this time, we have witnessed a growing body of evidence of atrocities committed by Russian forces. These include relentless attacks on civilians across Ukraine, including the willful erasure of cultural identity, the forced deportation and indoctrination of children, and the torture and sexual abuse of civilians and prisoners of war. The latest Moscow Mechanism report details how widespread, systematic, and deliberate Russia's policy to dehumanize Ukrainians has become. This includes the torture and inhuman treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war at every stage of captivity. Methods include severe beatings, electric shocks, mock executions, sexual violence, forced nudity, and psychological humiliation. It found that Ukrainian prisoners of war have been arbitrarily killed and executed. The report concluded that these Russian violations may constitute war crimes and in some cases, arguably, crimes against humanity. This report builds on the 7th interim ODIHR report released in June this year, which also documents extensive violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. We have the means and the responsibility to hold those behind the invasion of Ukraine to account and to support the healing that must follow. The UK is proud to have championed accountability as early supporters of the Special Tribunal, as chair of the Register of Damages through the establishment of the Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group, and by leading the largest group referral to the ICC in its history. We will continue to support the Ukrainian government in tracing and verifying illegally deported children and supporting them and their families through their rehabilitation. The UK's support to Ukraine remains steadfast for as long as it takes. We remain absolutely committed in our pursuit of a just and enduring peace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I have the public found.
Спасибо большое.
Is fully committed to upholding the principles enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the core UN treaties. We have ratified the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, thus integrating international norms into our national legal framework. Kazakhstan has also acceded to other essential conventions addressing racial discrimination, the rights of children, the prevention of torture, and the protection of persons with disabilities. In parallel, Kazakhstan has been a consistent supporter of international humanitarian law and is a party to all 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949. Since 2022, Kazakhstan has embarked on a comprehensive legal modernization process. Over the past 3 years, the Parliament of Kazakhstan, together with the executive branch, has adopted an estimated 220 new national laws. These reforms span a wide range of areas, from justice system improvement to social protection, digital rights, and civil liberties, demonstrating the state's active response to both domestic needs and international obligations. It is important to acknowledge that the realization of human rights is deeply intertwined with the country's economic capabilities. In this regard, Kazakhstan has made substantial progress. According to the International Monetary Fund, Kazakhstan now leads Central Asia and Commonwealth of Independent State, except for Russian Federation, in terms of GDP, volume, and growth. In 2025, Kazakhstan's GDP is projected to reach 260 billion, representing 15% of increase compared to 2022. The annual growth rate is projected at nearly 13.7%, reflecting both stability and long-term potential. Kazakhstan's experience illustrates a broader truth. Socio-economic progress and protection of human rights are not mutually exclusive. They are mutually reinforcing. Kazakhstan's recent experience demonstrates a vital and often underappreciated reality. Economic development and the advancement of human rights are not only compatible, they are interdependent. In Kazakhstan, the positive economic trajectory has enabled the country to fund ambitious reforms, from modernizing its judicial system to digitalization public services in ways that increase transparency and reduce corruption. Resources have also been directed toward strengthening national human rights institutions, such as the Office of the Ombudsman and various advisory bodies that facilitate dialogue between civil society and the states. At the same time, respect for human rights and the rule of law is a prerequisite for sustainable economic development. Foreign investors and global markets increasingly looking to human rights indicators as signals of political.
My apologies, but we are running out of time, and I had asked to wrap by 3:10. Sir, we are now running out of time, so I have to move on to the next speaker. I apologize for that. Now the political opposition movement, Erkin Uzbekistan, is the next to have the floor. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sabur Burhanov, Erkin Uzbekistan movement. Due to the incompetent management of the country, the regime of Mirziyoyev created a water crisis in Uzbekistan. This water crisis will bring about a humanitarian catastrophe in the region. They ignore national and international law. The regime of Mirziyoyev is planning to build a tourist center, Sibris, Uzbekistan, on the banks of the Chervakh water reservoir in the Tashkent region. And this project is run by Emin Agalarov, who is a Russian and Azerbaijani businessman. That water reservoir was initially built in the 1970s, and it was designed as a potable water reservoir, and it was not designed as a water object to have any tourist facilities around. This is the only stable source of potable water for the population of the city of Tashkent and for a number of adjacent regions. I'm talking about the population of 7 to 10 million people using this potable water in the nearest future. Sibri, Uzbekistan project poses a direct threat to national water security of the state. We demand the Uzbek authorities to stop the construction of the Sibri Uzbekistan immediately, to stop the construction of any tourist facilities along the banks of this water reservoir that provides potable water to the population of our country. We call upon the international community and environmental organizations to pay close attention to this problem, as we believe that the construction of the Kostope Channel in Afghanistan and the development of Sibris, Uzbekistan at the Chervaks water reservoir will catalyze the water disbalance and thus creating preconditions for the exacerbation of international relations in Central Asia. We would like to warn the international community that due to the lack of water, this region may turn into a new area of combat activities. I thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to the Multicultural Democracy Initiative. You have the floor.
Thank you for invitation. Thank you, Frau Moderator. I am Rosa Dunaeva. I represent Chechen Republic of Ichkeria in exile. Since the beginning of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine, the Chechen people have once again become victims of systematic repression by the Russian-occupied authorities. In the Chechen Republic, forced mobilization is taking place in direct violation of both national and international law. People are taken against their will, including students, men who are legally exempt from military service. Those who refuse are subjected to threats, blackmail, fabricated charges, and torture. Families are terrorized. Women are told that their brothers or sons will be sent to war. Men are threatened that their loved ones will suffer if they don't obey. This represents a total collapse of human rights in occupied Chechen Republic. Also, official human rights institutions exist on paper. In reality, no law, no protection, no freedom of expression exists. Everything is controlled by the occupied regime, and no information can leave the Republic. Inside prisons, both in Chechnya and across Russia, people are being tortured, silenced, and burned without names. This is not just repression. It's part of a continuing genocide against the Chechen people, carried out under the authority of the Russian Federation. As the Human Rights Commissioner of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria and the official representative of Ichkeria in Austria, I am documenting and verifying every case of human rights violation, and we are collecting data on those forcibly deported from Europe to Russia, those killed after deportation, and those who have disappeared without a trace. These crimes are being recorded and will be submitted to international institutions to recognize and address the ongoing human rights crisis in Chechnya. We, on behalf of the government of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, I call upon the OSCE and its member states to launch an independent international investigation into cases of forced mobilization, torture, and disappearances, and to hold the Russian Federation accountable for its systematic violations of human rights and international law. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Also, just a reminder, please give the name of your organization and make sure, because we have to make sure this is the name we have on the list. The next speaker is the NGO Central Asian Progress and Integration Forum. You have the floor.
Dear conference participants, I'm representing NGO Central Asian Progress and Integration. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to draw your attention to issues of free movement in Uzbekistan. And I would like to highlight that every citizen is granted the right of freely leave and enter the country. Indeed, freedom of movement is an inalienable human right, and the right of the freedom of movement and choice of residence is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The new version of the Constitution of Uzbekistan as well states that the individuals legally residing in the country have the right to free movement throughout the country and the right to choose their place of stay and residence, with the exceptions of restrictions by the law. The inclusion of this provision in the Constitution serves as a legal base for the realization of natural rights of every person and the formation of a positive image of the country in international community. Besides, the checkpoints on the roads, country's roads, were eliminated at all. Until 2018, the registration system violated a number of the citizens' rights, such as the free movement, work and live in any region of the country. In particular, the right to work was linked to place of the registration, and there were liabilities for hiring citizens without permanent or temporary registration at the place of the residence. And this year, this discriminatory system was fully abolished. The same order of the residence was launched for the whole republic. And in Uzbekistan as well, the tourism industry has also been improved. Particularly, free currency conversion is being carried out without any fees. And nowadays, the citizens of Uzbekistan can visit 31 countries visa-free. 28 countries require a visa on arrival, and 15 countries issue visas. There is a visa-free regime for citizens of about 100 countries, as well as the possibility of visa-free transit for citizens of about 50 countries with reliable security. All these above facts indicate that in Uzbekistan a large-scale work has been carried out, and this continues to ensure the freedom of movement. And one of the goals of our NGO is to improve the humanitarian intercultural relations. Taking this opportunity, I invite all the conference participants to visit personally to our country and see for themselves the reforms being implemented in the country. And
I apologize. The 3 minutes and 10 seconds have been passed. Thank you. I will now move.
Слово предоставляется независимому журналисту Туркменистана. Вам слово.
Я Розубай Джумрадов, корреспондент зарубежного независимого издания. Необходимо отметить, что с момента обретения Туркменистаном независимости весь туркменский народ на собственных плечах несет последствия внутренней и внешней политики и проводимой двумя президентами и авторитарным диктаторским режимами. Во время правления бывшего президента Ниязова именно он ввел государственную структуру, подчиненные их местные подразделения, такие явления, как несправедливость, коррупция, беззаконие, произвол в законах практику, назначенную на высокопоставленные должности близких родственников. В нынешнее время, после прихода к власти отца и сына Бердмухамедов, проводимая политика репрессий, национализм, пытки людей, тайное исчезновение в тюрьмах усилились несколько раз. Фактически семья Бердымухамедов полностью захватила государственную власть, подчинила себе весь Туркменистан. Сегодня незаконные действия нарушения закона продолжаются во всех государственных структурах, включая органы правопорядка. Очевидно, что высшие государственные руководители Туркменистана, руководители административных органов области, зараженных самым опасным недугом коррупции. Коррупция привела к популистству, нарушению закона, к росту безработицы, к острой нехватке образованных кадров и государственных учреждений. С момента прихода Бердымухамедова к власти туркменский народ принуждается поклоняться культу личности, насильно участвовать в государственных праздниках, мероприятиях по указу авторитарного режима. Каждый приказ, исходящий из уст Бердымухамедов, означает для народа только новая страна угнетения. Хотя на международной арене туркменские бюрократы пытаются представить страну как демократическое и свобода мышления государства, внутри страны продолжается репрессия против граждан за независимых мышлением их семей. Давление, запугивание, угрозы смерти стало обычной практикой. Более того, власти не могут терпеть критику даже со стороны туркменских граждан за рубежом. Людей похищают тайно, переправляют на родину, где в тюрьмах подвергают пыткам и уничтожают. Также те, кто не склоняется перед культом личности, сотрудники органов безопасности Туркменистана совместно с Министерством здравоохранения насильно помещают в психиатрическом больнице. Насильно госпитализированные граждане заявляют, что их жизнь находится под угрозой, а также, что им не позволяют встретиться с близким родственником. Поскольку весь контроль страны находится в руках Министерства национальной безопасности, главные врачи, медицинский персонал, психиатрические больницы отказываются давать родственникам какие-либо информации о положении насильно помещенных туда граждан.
I apologize again. I'm very sorry I have to do this as I have a long list still to go through. But thank you very much. You can always submit in writing the rest of your statement. I will now move to the information group on crimes against the person. You now have the floor.
Добрый день.
Hello, I am Mr. Vilkov from the group on crimes against the person. Dear moderator, as part of this session, we talk about humanitarian challenges, including the ones during armed conflicts. Unfortunately, again, we need to attract your attention to the violation of humanitarian law that takes place every time, daily, by the armed formations of Ukraine. Among the recorded crimes are indiscriminate shelling of populated areas and civilian objects, including the use of multiple launch rocket systems and artillery, use of cluster ammunition, including dispersing anti-personnel mines over populated areas, use of unmanned serial vehicles, including kamikaze drones for attacks on civilian objects, including cars, passenger buses, and public transport stops, obstruction of civilian evacuation, killing of civilians, torture and ill treatment of prisoners of war. Our group alone has prepared 21 investigations documenting indiscriminate shelling of civilian objects. For example, on January 21, 2024, the Voroshilovsky district of Donetsk was subjected to artillery shelling using a BM-21 Grad multiple launch rocket systems. Actually, 25 civilians were injured, among them children, and 4 civilians were killed. Actually, human rights of activists from Russia and other countries has sent evidence documenting to OSCE, proving crimes connected by the Ukrainian armed forces. But during all those years, the OSCE bodies have not condemned those violations. This actually undermines the very principle of OSCE work and its readiness to protect democracy in Europe. In this regard, we recommend to pay attention to violations of international humanitarian law committed by Ukraine in the conflict zone, to establish a commission under the OSCE ODIHR to investigate crimes of the armed formations of Ukraine, and require the Ukrainian authorities to investigate committed crimes and hold the perpetrators accountable. Thank you very much.
Next speaker on my list is Ahang. You have the floor. Do I have a representative for Ahang? I believe that is not the case. Next speaker will be Occident's Meet Orient, Multicultural and Ecological Vision for Eurasia and Africa. You have the floor. I do not have a representative for Occident Meets Orient. I believe that's the case. And I'll start regretting cutting everybody that could have spoken longer. I now have the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and maybe I can have some more minutes than, no, I'm just joking. My name is Carina Ödebrink, and I'm a member of the Swedish delegation of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, and I'm also a rapporteur for the third committee on democracy and human rights. Following the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly established the Parliamentary Support Team for Ukraine. A top priority for the support team is the issue of forcible deportation and abduction of Ukrainian children by the Russian Federation. This deeply disturbing practice has rightly become a central concern within the Assembly. The Porto Declaration strongly condemns these actions in the strongest terms and recognizing such acts as potential crimes against humanity in violation of the 1948 Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Humanitarian Issues in the Parliamentary Support Team for Ukraine, I have focused significant attention on the situation of the abducted children. At our annual session in Porto this year, I presented a detailed report on this issue. The report calls on the OSCE parliamentarians to urge their governments to intensify cooperation with Ukrainian authorities, strengthen and expand international coalitions, ensure that peace and ceasefire negotiations include provisions for the unconditional and safe return of abducted children. Call on the OSCE executive structures to invoke the Moscow mechanism to support further investigations into the Russian Federation's actions. Our Parliamentary Assembly will continue to use its influence, networks, and diplomatic assets to keep this issue at the forefront of the international agenda. And Madam Moderator, let me also be clear, in the Porto Declaration, OSCE EPA urged the release of all unlawfully detained persons, including the 3 OSCE officials, Vadim Golda, Maxim Petrov, and Dmitry Shabanov. Every day, countries, organizations, and individuals make a real difference in supporting Ukraine. Among those making vital contributions, I wish to highlight the Humanitarian Research Lab at Yale School of Public Health, whose essential work is locating and identifying abducted Ukrainian children, and that is now at risk due to the lack of sustained funding, a stark reminder that our collective support must not waver. Finally, I wish to thank you all for being here today and for your tireless work for Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Now I have the delegation of the Netherlands. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Wim Geerts, and I'm the Human Rights Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Netherlands fully aligns itself with the EU statement, and I would like to add some remarks in my national capacity. Human rights, democracy, and the international legal order form the foundation for peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous societies. The war of aggression launched by Russia against Ukraine continues unabated. The people of Ukraine endure the harshest toll of this relentless aggression. Civilians are killed, children abducted, families shattered, homes destroyed. It's painfully apparent that the international legal order and human rights remain under severe attack. The findings of the recent ODIHR report are shocking. They show the Russian Federation has engaged in widespread and systematic violations of IHL and IHRL in its treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war, including arbitrary killings, torture, ill treatment, denial of fair trial rights, and unsafe detention and transfer conditions. And it doesn't stop there. The recent OHCHR report shows that the Russian Federation has subjected Ukrainian civilian detainees to patterns of serious violations of IHL and IHRL. Frequent violations of applicable legal conditions and procedural safeguards, in combination with a lack of accountability, have created an environment enabling torture, ill treatment, arbitrary detention, and enforced disappearances to occur. These flagrant violations must end, and there can be no impunity. This grim reality underscores the need for accountability. The Netherlands, as lead nation on restoring justice for Ukraine, remains steadfast in its commitment to support Ukraine's path towards accountability. Significant progress has been made on this crucial agenda. Since the full-scale Russian invasion, Ukraine has documented more than 170,000 cases of international crimes. The ICC has issued arrest warrants for international crimes, including the deportation of Ukrainian children. This June, a landmark agreement was signed to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. And on the 12th of September, we marked another historic moment as we agreed on working level on a text to establish the International Claims Commission for Ukraine, because the immense damage must be repaired. The Netherlands calls upon the international community to support and join the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine by signing an enlarged partial agreement, and for its support by signing the Convention on establishing a Claims Commission for Ukraine. Let's make sure that aggression doesn't pay off and will not go unpunished. Let's stand firm in our commitment to victims, our commitment to justice. Together, let's protect the international legal order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker on my...
Спасибо. Следующий представитель — это делегация Азербайджана. Пожалуйста, вам слово.
Compliance with international humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and rules of customary international law, has been a priority for Azerbaijan since our country restored its independence in 1991. Despite the challenges caused by a 3 decades-long military occupation of the territories of Azerbaijan, the armed forces of Azerbaijan have remained committed to discharging their duties in full compliance with international humanitarian law, including by ensuring adherence to its fundamental principles and raising awareness among the military personnel. Madam Moderator, this topic is of particular importance for my country. In late 1980s, Azerbaijan hosted nearly 300,000 refugees. Many were killed or subjected to violence during the expulsion. This impunity for these acts has led to widespread atrocities in the course of aggression against Azerbaijan since the early 90s. Despite the end of the conflict and de facto peace, serious challenges persist and continue to affect civilians. The conflict has turned Azerbaijan into one of the most heavily mine-contaminated countries in the world. The need to clarify the fate and whereabouts of nearly 4,000 missing Azerbaijani nationals is another pressing humanitarian issue. The rights of victims and their families demand that the obligation in respect of missing persons be promptly translated into action synchronized with a zero tolerance to impunity. States are under the obligation not only to prevent but also to punish the most serious crimes. Azerbaijan has taken decisive steps in this regard. As to baseless allegation with regard to detainees of Armenian origin, I want to underline once again that they are charged of war crimes, ethnic cleansing, military aggression, torture, and other serious offenses. However, most of the perpetrators continue to enjoy impunity. Moreover, the denial of serious violations coupled with attempts to discredit and thereby obstruct justice through disinformation and smear campaigns, including within the Warsaw Conference, constitute a clear contempt for international law and the rule of law. Azerbaijan is committed to ending impunity for serious offenses, promoting the rule of law, and build, strengthen, and sustain peace and stability in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, between some absence and my relentless monitoring of time, I now have the opportunity to go in the reserve list. Perhaps if everybody really limits their time, we can go through that list before turning to the speakers for just a short closure for each of them. So the next speaker from the reserve list is Karapalpak, branch of Uzbekistan Children and Families Support Association. You have the floor.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники конференции.
Hello, everyone. Dear participants, me as the participant of the Kyrgyzstan Association with the support of children and the family, I send my greetings from one of the most picturesque part of my location. I would like to say that in my country, nowadays it has been observed a steady advance with regard of the technological development. The youth usually gets all necessary social assistance, and we have also set up a new youth center of culture and technical advancement. It means that we are making progress in these aspects, and Kazakhstan has children of the Kazakhstan have been entitled to participate in a recruitment process for the university education. And the health care system is demonstrating advancement. There has been a considerable improvement in this aspect with regard of the rehabilitation center, the outpatient clinics, and maternity house, and with regard to the sport and entertainment facilities, we would like to demonstrate a significant positive change. We are also working upon the strengthening of the placement and employment sphere. We're making steady improvement in industry and with regard of agricultural. And considerable finances are directed into the support of agriculture. Plus, tourism is also developing in our region. The issue of drinking water has been improved nowadays. We're developing the energy sector and building the motorways we have launched the project Our Heroes, which usually tells people about the most outstanding entrepreneurs and individuals who have been successful in our region, and all our demonstrations usually identify one of the most potential and flourishing aspects. And now we can surely say that the strategy that has been suggested makes Tajikistan one of the most attractive regions of.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Jangirik Initiative Group. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, for a possibility to speak in this room, where we speak about human rights and values. Over the previous period, Uzbekistan has seen a number of positive changes in the area of the observance of human rights. And these changes are reflected not only in the laws, but also in everyday life. In 2019, we improved the activities of the National Center for Human Rights. In 2022, a law was passed on the Ombudsman on Human Rights. That is a new law. In 2023, the Office of the Ombudsman received more than 17,000 submissions, of which many were addressed positively. Also, Uzbekistan has been recognized by the United Nations as a country actively working for the respect for human rights. In 2023 and 2024, more than 20,000 prisoners were pardoned by the president. 1,200 people were pardoned by the president this year. Among them, many men and many women and young people. A lot has been done to empower women. In 2023, a law on equal opportunities was passed, establishing grounds for providing equal opportunities for women and men. Also, on the level of local authorities, we created local consultation centers for women. Uzbekistan was recognized by the International Labour Organization as a country free of child labor. Today in Uzbekistan, we run large-scale reforms so as to provide freedom of speech and freedom of thought. The mass media are supported, and therefore we have seen quite a number of positive changes in Uzbekistan. Moreover, important steps have been taken in the legislative sphere. In 2023 through 2025, we have seen the adoption of new laws, such as the law on the mass media and the law on digitalization. Moreover, a number of norms have been adopted so as to ensure the freedom of speech. The system of administrative responsibility have been introduced so as to provide for the freedom of speech. We see that the journalists are safer. We see that the mass media are becoming more numerous and more active. We currently have more than 1,200 media houses operating actively in Uzbekistan. But over the year, this number has increased almost twice.
Thank you for your statement. Now I give the floor to the Human Rights Center's Mina. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'm Tatiana Zhukova from the Human Rights Center's Mina. So today I would like to highlight the systematic and methodological persecution policy of the Russian Federation. Since 2014, Russia has been trying to install its control over the occupied territories of Ukraine by persecuting human rights defenders, activists, journalists, Ukrainians and indigenous people, in particular Crimean Tatars in the occupied Crimea. And in particular, there are at least 17 Crimean political prisoners who are journalists, including Irina Danilovich, who is a citizen journalist currently held behind Russian bars. And these people are tortured, they are denied medical assistance, some face sexual abuse or arbitrary killings. I invite you to discover more about these violations at today's event, which will happen just in half an hour. It is called Patterns of Repressions in Occupied Territories of Ukraine, Human Rights and Humanitarian Perspectives. It will be held in Opera. There we will speak more in details about these abuses. These violations, they demonstrate Russia's complete disregard for international humanitarian, criminal and human rights law, as well as Helsinki Final Act, designed to protect not only Ukraine, but all of us. And here I would like to quote the recent words of the released Crimean political prisoner, Lenia Umerova. She said, "A world that talks about human rights at forums doesn't show up where those rights are being systematically destroyed. So let's not talk about sympathy today. Let's not admire courage, but let's act." So, dear representatives of the OSCE participating states, I would like to ask you to act, to stop Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and to promote the release of thousands of those suffering in Russian captivity. Thank you.
I thank you. Now I have the Alatra International Public Movement.
Thank you very much. My name is Veronika Leštachová. I'm ambassador of Alatra International Public Movement. Within the framework of democratic values and human rights, I wish to draw attention to a concerning phenomenon, the anti-cult movement. While this network often claimed to protect society from so-called dangerous sects or destructive cults, in reality, their activities frequently result in stigmatization, dehumanization, disinformation, and violations of the fundamental rights to freedom of belief and conscience. This is not merely an ideological debate, but a humanitarian concern affecting real individuals and families. Families are divided, individuals stigmatized, and communities silenced. Children, believers, and civil society activists are among the most affected. When state or semi-state actors adopt anti-cult rhetoric, it becomes a tool of exclusion and psychological pressure against those unable to defend themselves. Anti-cult narratives are connected to the Russian organization RASIRS, that is Russian Association of Centers for the Study of Religions and Sects, and through a broader network, influence religion far beyond Russia, including Europe, United States, and also Ukraine. Through so-called expert reports, often lacking transparency and academic rigor, they seek to influence ministries, courts, and law enforcement, embedding stigmatizing language into policy and legislation. A central tactic is the use of coordinated disinformation and reputational attacks that create fear and social isolation. Such activities constitute information terrorism, as recognized in UN General Assembly Resolution 77-298, which defines actions aimed at spreading fear and manipulating information to undermine societal stability. This highlights the serious psychological and humanitarian impact of these campaigns. In some cases, these activities have even received public funding. For example, European organizations were supported by public budgets while promoting narratives aligned with foreign ideological agendas. This raises concerns about accountability, transparency, and the use of public resources in ways that may undermine democratic principles. Anti-cult networks present themselves as defenders of society, but in practice undermine democratic pluralism and human dignity. Their activities contribute to disinformation, stigmatization, and the erosion of trust between citizens and institutions. We invite all interested participants to our site event on the 16th of October at 4 p.m. in the meeting room 2, where we will present documented concrete showing how this system operates in practice. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to the Tajik youth for the revival of Tajikistan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ubaidullah Saidi. I am the leader of Tajik Youth for the Revival of Tajikistan. It is an honor to speak about the humanitarian situation in Tajikistan. Over the last 10 years, many peaceful people in Tajikistan have suffered only because they think differently or speak openly. Ordinary citizens, journalists, activists, politicians have been arrested, tortured, or forced to flee the country. The government has banned all independent political movements, including Group 24 and the Tajik Youth for the Revival of Tajikistan in 2014. 1 year later, in 2015, the Islamic Party have been banned, ending the last legal political position in the country. Since then, freedom of expression has almost disappeared, and the fear has become a part of daily life in many families. Families of political prisoners often face harassment. Children are bullied, relatives lose their jobs, and homes are taken away. Many people have had to flee Tajikistan, but even in exile, they are not safe. International human rights reports describe cases of Tajik activists who have been arrested, kidnapped, attacked, or died in unclear circumstances abroad. For example, Umar Ali Kuatov, the leader of political movement Group 24, who was killed in 2015 in Istanbul. And cases such as Suhrob Zafar, the other leader of Group 24, and his colleague Nasim John Sharipov, who were abducted from Turkey and later sentenced to long prison terms in Tajikistan. This shows that the humanitarian crisis is not only inside the country, it is crossed borders. People should never be punished or harmed for their opinion or political views. Humanitarian law is not only about the war, it is about human dignity and the compassion. The young generation of Tajiks believes in future without fear, and we will continue to speak for those who are silent. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the last speaker from the reserve list. So the last speaker from this part, which is the Atasurk party.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank OSCE for the opportunity to speak at this platform. For us, participation in the dialogue in OSCE is not just a diplomatic formality, but expression of readiness to open dialogue on painful issues. Our country should have followed its international obligations pertaining to human rights, and we signed and ratified key international treaties, and they were implemented into the national legislation. But in practice, still there are serious challenges. One of the most important issues is actually the actions of law enforcement. For example, the events of January 2022 in Kantar that became a serious challenge for the whole society. Back in those days, people came into the streets to express their opinion, but the government used force against those protesting in the streets, instead of trying to understand the reasons for their coming out into the streets. The president of the country gave an order to shoot at people. Thousands of people were tortured by the law enforcement bodies. According to official data, 238 people were killed, but we believe that these are not exact numbers. We estimate that 10 times more people were killed. Who will be held accountable for death of civilians? And like this issue has been discussed in the international arena. Thousands of people have been tortured by law enforcement. and also arbitrary detentions took place. Human rights violations have taken place, and they demonstrate the human rights crisis and require the change in the work of law enforcement bodies and role of the government. Also, an OSCE also somehow was involved into the internal conflicts. For example, there was an internal political conflict and armed forces were used even from abroad. They were introduced, which was a violation, and we really need to change the approach to crisis management. Regardless of the initiated reforms, civil activists and media representatives have been pressurized both in the country and outside the country. In order to uphold the rule of law, we should create an environment where dissent is not considered a threat, but criticism is perceived as expression of civil responsibility. We should develop other additional tools.
Sir, thank you very much for this testimony. I've let you run a little bit out of time as well, considering you were the last speaker, but I need to close this meeting on time. I thank you. I'm sorry for imposing the strict time, but it was important to me to have all the list of speakers, especially civil society, that traveled so far to express important messages here that we should have heard. So I thank you all for getting along with my, a little bit sometimes, relentless approach. I will now ask our introducer to do the closing, 2 minutes each, and I will go the way around. So I will start with Mrs. Katarina Rachevska. Please, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Distinguished audience, I work with children repatriated from the Russian control on an everyday basis. So from my own experience, I know that we need at least several weeks in order to return children from Russia through different European countries, through all these filtration points. But we also need several months in order to return these children mentally, to pass them through psychosocial rehabilitation. And I know that we need several years of judicial and quasi-judicial proceedings in order to return to these people belief in justice. I am always asking myself whether the international law works or it is ineffective. And I know that it works, but as efficient as states allow it to be. That is why I would like to end my intervention during this discussion by the call. Let's rethink the international humanitarian law and international human rights law regarding these circumstances. Let's do it, because if no, Russia and other aggressor states will use this opportunity in order to destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan Agar.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, and also for keeping us so closely on time, allowing for the intervention at the end. Thank you again. And thank you to all colleagues for your interventions. I think the richness and the range of issues addressed, but particularly the continued reference to the increasing propensity with respect to allegations for international crimes resonates with our concerns at the Office of the Prosecutor at the ICC. I think one point I just want to underline is that there are many states parties to the Rome Statute, members of the ICC represented here today, but also many non-states parties. And a key cornerstone of our approach to cooperation and complementarity in a policy framework we issued last year is also to offer a very strong willingness to partner also with non-states parties. We engage with many non-states parties in different ways to advance accountability in situations that the ICC addresses, or we can also offer our support to national efforts, even amongst non-states parties, to support, for example, witness protection measures, methods of engaging with children, technical areas that can help advance the areas of accountability. So this is core, and I wanted to just underline that offer, of course, to our states parties, but also those who are from outside the Rome Statute community. We remain available as a partner for you. In the context of that partnership, I also wanted to underline with respect to the OSCE mechanisms, we heard the work of the working group on the prevention, on the issue of children in conflict from the representative from Italy, for example, also from the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. The OTP and the ICC, of course, welcomes further opportunities to engage in that work. With respect to crimes against children, I just wanted to underline that the office has renewed its policy framework in this area in particular, of course reflected also in our practice and the focus on ensuring we always have the perspectives of children included in our charges brought by the Office of the Prosecutor in all cases, and of course reflected also in the Ukraine situation with respect to the first priority of the office in that situation. And with respect to environmental crimes, it was touched on very briefly, but it did give me an opportunity by our civil society colleagues from Ukraine just to finally mention that indeed at the Assembly of States Parties this year in The Hague in December, the office will be launching a new policy on environmental crimes. We're trying to, through that, ensure there's clarity on the definition of how the Office of the Prosecutor and the ICC can address environmental crimes in its current framework. It is not advocating, for example, for the crime of ecocide, but we think it can be a helpful contribution to that discussion. So a few policy areas I picked up on, and just to underline our willingness to engage and support all accountability efforts, state party or non-state party. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. And the opener and the closer, Mr. Nathaniel Raymond.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for your moderation, your leadership, and it's always a good day. I get to be at the same table with Katerina and Jonathan, and thank you for your incredible presentations. I also want to thank the representative from Sweden from the Parliamentary Assembly for OSCE for your kind and timely words about the work of our lab at Yale and our funding situation. I want to put the situation about how we are failing on the issue of Ukraine's abducted children into high relief by putting it in historic perspective. On 9/11, 2,995 Americans and others became missing persons. They were dead in 14 square acres. The U.S. deployed 3,000 FBI agents, 4,000 support personnel, with the highest law enforcement to missing person ratio in history of about almost 2.5 law enforcement officers per missing person. We spent almost $250 million and took almost 20 years to close a case. That was 2,995 people and 14 acres. Here, we're dealing with the single largest kidnapping since World War II, since the Nazis and the 8th Nuremberg Russia verdict. We are dealing with at least, we believe, 35,000 children are not only not dead, they're growing. We have spent maybe $10, $15 million on it. We have primarily, including the Ukrainians, maybe 200 people working the case. Over 3,500 miles, it's a kidnapping, it's in a denied area, they're hiding the kids, and Russian security services are attempting to deceive on their location, their names, and their number. And the primary tip of the spear on this effort is the epidemiology department at Yale that's going out of business at Christmas. There's been 2 parliamentary resolutions from the EU. There have been many wonderful talks and symposiums I've been to, and we are crowd raising from Ukrainian American grandmothers online to pay for the last report. What we're doing right now is the operational equivalent of canoeing to the moon. We are failing because we have spent very little, we have said a lot of words, and we haven't done that much. Have a good day.
On these words, I would like to thank the 3 panelists for your time, for your strong words as well that obviously we will carry through the rest of the human dimension as well. So thank you very much for that. And on this, just before closing, I would invite everybody to come to the side events at lunchtime that are starting at 13:30 or 1:30 p.m., depending which part of the world you are. The schedule is published on the webpage as well if you want the details, and I'll just put a little word as well for the one on the Moscow mechanism. That's taking place in this room at 1:30. Canada is sponsoring it, so I'm using my privilege here. I would like to give a warm round of applause for our great introducers and closer. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seats? We would then start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to invite you to this afternoon session, the plenary session number 2 on democratic institutions. My name is Raphael Nageli. I'm the permanent representative of Switzerland to the OSCE in Vienna, and I'm supported here by 3 introducers. We are speaking about democratic institutions. Democracy is under threat throughout the OSCE region, and I think it's a good moment and a good place to speak about democracy, as the OSCE and ODIHR is probably one of the few institutions, international institutions, that have democratic institutions in their name and in their mandate. It's also handy because strengthening democratic resilience is one of the priorities of the Swiss chairpersonship for next year. So this afternoon we speak about democracy at the national, regional and local levels, and we speak, of course, about democratic elections. So it's my pleasure to introduce you the first introducer. This is Mr. David Carroll, the director of the democracy program at the Carter Center. David is leading the Carter Center's initiative on developing standards and best practices in international election observation. He has managed more than 70 different projects of the Carter Center. He's there for more than 20 years, if I'm correct. Started as assistant director for the Latin America and Caribbean program, but has evolved since. David holds a PhD in international relations from the University of South Carolina. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This one here? Yes. Thank you. I appreciate being here. It's a great pleasure. In this session, I would like to start with some general comments about election observation, what it is and why we do it and how we do it, as part of an introduction. And I think all of us here know, but it's worth repeating, that nonpartisan election observation can play a vital role in advancing democratic governance and building trust in election processes. It entails impartial external actors providing a systematic assessment of the entire phase of the election process. And thereby it helps to build public confidence in elections, which we know is more important than ever in the current context. The Carter Center began doing this work some 35 years ago. For the first 20, 25 years or so of our work in this area, President Carter was personally involved. It started in 1989, 1990 with elections in Panama and Nicaragua, and has grown over the years since then. We have also played a leading role in advancing the development of election observation methodologies, trying to ensure that they are well-developed, publicly informed, and based on international human rights law and guiding principles connected to that. At the Carter Center, our approach is somewhat different from ODIHR. We do a much smaller number of elections in terms of observation, and we operate globally, so there's no organizational basis to where we work. We try to engage in 3 to 5 elections around the world. We try to prioritize countries where there's a very critical election coming up that could serve to threaten democratic stability or perhaps be a part of addressing backsliding. So we very much at a core staff level every year look around the world, assess what elections are coming up in the 2 to 3 years, and try to, as the Carter Center, identify priorities. So we're much more limited and selective in where we engage than the organizations that work here in ODIHR. We also have no guaranteed funding, so unlike intergovernmental organizations, we have to do quite a bit of work to secure funding from interested international organizations, donor countries, and others. We're very transparent about that will support where we do our work. So much more limited and focused on also where we're able to both be invited and have funding to do this work. The overall goal of what we do is to provide a comprehensive report throughout the electoral process in countries where we engage, and to do this in a way that we hope will influence broader public perceptions about what was the quality of that electoral process. We want to be trusted as a very independent, nonpartisan group that works professionally and transparently to observe elections and make public reports. Some of the key features about how we do our work, in case you're interested, we have to be welcomed and invited by the appropriate authorities nationally. It's typically an election commission or an election authority. Sometimes other government entities need to be involved. So we have to have those publicly issued invitations for us to be involved. We try to engage in long-term missions wherever we can, typically at least 3 or 6 months on the ground before an election. In some cases, we've been involved for more than a year in long-term election observation. And we have election observers who are recruited from globally, essentially, and on a country and a mission-by-mission basis. Our work is grounded in the 2005 Declaration of Principles for International Election Observation. We started our work well before that document, but that became a touchstone foundational document that has served to really unify all the organizations that work globally on common approaches to how we do election observation. The Carter Center is one of the leading organizations that helped that document become elaborated, and we've been a core participating organization in all of the annual conferences. Since 2005, we'll have our 20th annual conference this December in Geneva, and the UN Electoral Assistance Division is the host organization this year. We work with the 8 or so organizations that are informally serve as the convening committee of that process, and it provides a place for us to share a lot of reflections and lessons and how we do our work and how we are similar and different in our approaches. So for the Carter Center, we are, I would say, modestly, I hope, the leading non-governmental organization that works globally on election observation. We've worked in all parts of the world, quite limited in general, though, in the OSCE region. We had some small-scale activities around elections in Slovakia and I think in Cyprus, but no significant formal role. In part, that's been because of a recognition of the long-standing, serious, large-scale efforts that ODIHR routinely implements in all of its member states. And so that has made it somewhat less of a priority for us to engage as the Carter Center. I think I've said already, but I'll say again, we've observed now almost 130 elections globally in 40 different countries, more than 40 now, and that includes the United States, where we started getting involved in 2020 and have increased our involvement in the intervening years, and we intend to do even more in the United States, quite deliberately as a country where we think our efforts can be most appropriately directed given the current circumstances. In 2020 and 2024, we conducted, as the Carter Center, observation in our home state, the state of Georgia in the United States. And in 2024, we supported citizen domestic observation efforts in 2 states, Montana and New Mexico. We will continue those in 2026 and 2028, and hopefully expand the number of states. We're looking at both Nevada and Michigan, and probably several other states by 2028 where we can engage. And again, we believe that the context in the United States is such that this is a very, very important place for us to put our efforts. So moving towards some conclusions here, I think the Carter Center and ODIHR were very well positioned, actually, to consider where we might be able to loosely coordinate our activities given our, I think, increased focus on several countries of concern, including the United States, and find ways where we can strengthen our collaboration. A couple of final points just to say in conclusion. Given the difficulties in the United States and some of the organizations that have been typically involved in work in this area, we are now one of the few organizations that can work nationally in the United States on elections, and one of the few organizations in the United States that can work systematically globally. So we take this circumstance and responsibilities quite seriously, and we're committed to staying firm to doing this work, both in the United States and globally, wherever we can. And one last time to reiterate that we employ a very rigorous international obligations-based methodology that has been in place for some 20, 25 years, and we continue to refine that as new sources of international obligations become public and firm, and use those to decide where we will, or to assess the processes that we're involved in. One other, perhaps small point, but worth pointing out, something that's maybe perhaps unique to the Carter Center. We will routinely, when we're involved in an election mission, speak in the pre-election period. Most of our peer organizations will wait until an election is completed and then issue a final report. And for various reasons and guidelines that they operate under, that determines this approach. We have, I think, what we believe is a strong benefit from having really no overseeing entities or structures that guide our work other than how we believe to do them in the interest of furthering democracy globally. And one of the things that allows us to do is to make public reports in the pre-election period, and we're not suggesting others should do this, if their institutions really doesn't make sense for them. But we quite routinely will, in the middle of a pre-election period, make a public report, talk about the campaign period and preparations for elections publicly, and maybe quite often make recommendations for how those can be improved. Importantly, sometimes pointing out things that can be addressed and changed before the election. And so we believe that that's an important, unique advantage for the Carter Center. So lastly, just to say that we view our work as part of this shared global mission that we are firmly committed to support democracy globally. And we believe it's now more important than ever. And we as an institution are firmly committed to continuing this work. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for sharing your experiences from a global perspective. That's very useful. OTR, by the nature of things, focuses on the OSCE area. It's very good to have the wider perspective, and thanks also for your offer to compare notes and to share your experiences. Audit Director Maria Telian sits next to you. She might be interested in taking your advice on how to observe elections in the US. Thanks for that hint. Okay, next on my list is Mr. Adrien Lischa. Adrien is the coordinator of the Secretariat and Eastern Partnership Unit of the European Association for Local Democracy. Adrien has joined ALDA in February 2022 as a coordinator of the Secretariat office. Fully convinced that sustainable development has to be reached at the local level, he has been a local government advocate since 2012, both in his professional and private life. Adrien had worked on a number of regions, focusing also on the Middle East and Western Asia. He has lived 5 years in Istanbul, if I'm correct, focusing on local governance in Turkey. And he's going to share his experiences with us with a focus on local government. Adrien, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really honored and grateful to have the occasion to speak on the anniversary of the WHD conference. I'm very grateful to be given a space for local democracy and to recommit to the Helsinki document, final document that was adopted in 1982. I think this is the result of a global effort that many networks and local leaders have been doing for quite some time. And I wanted to reiterate that. Today I represent ALDA, the European Association for Local Democracy, but we work as an ecosystem with all these networks and local leaders, and we are happy to be a part of this international exchange on how to strengthen democracy. I think it is not only a question of local governance and local government alone. We need very strong civil society organization to be a part of good governance. And this is what we have as ALDA in our DNA, to bring together local authorities and civil society for better democracy. As we are seeing numbers of democratic countries declining and civic space shrinking, I think it is very important to underline that the trust in local authorities remains the highest level of trust in the government. I think this is why we believe that local democracy can save democracy. But of course, for this, we need your support, because even there, democracy is under threat. The history of ALDA starting in 1993 in the Western Balkans during the war. It was a project initiated by the Council of Europe under the leadership of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities. The initial project was the Local Democracy Embassy, now called the Local Democracy Agencies, and the idea was to develop locally registered NGOs that were hosted by municipalities and led by civil society organizations, with the clear target to reconnect citizens with their local authorities, rebuilding trust with local participatory democracy. All of that was supported by European cities and regions. So you had a multi-stakeholders approach, city diplomacy engagement, and multilateral cooperation in the same initiative. And after a couple of years, in 1999, ALDA was established as the umbrella organization to support the networking and project development of this network of local democracy agencies. After more or less 30 years of activities, we have been extending our activities in Eastern Europe, in the European Union, but also in Africa, in Turkey as well, and now currently exploring possible partnerships in Central Asia and Central and South America. We work today in more than 45 countries and with around 300 members that are supporting our activities all over the globe. As said, once again, it's not only our members that are supporting our activities. It's a full ecosystem of institutions, of networks that we are a part of. And this is together that we can really make a difference. As a few results we achieved with this approach of participatory local democracy, I would like to put the spotlight on what we did in the Western Balkans with the Local Democracy Agency in Mostar. This was one of the first to be established, and while it wasn't possible to appoint an executive power in the city of Mostar, the Local Democracy Agency managed to reconnect the citizens, deliver public services, and rebuild trust in democracy. This is one of the success stories of our organization that we share with the Council of Europe. And this is also today a very inspiring example that continues to be very active, and we hope long success again for this specific organization. But Among other priorities, we of course work a lot with Ukraine. It became the biggest priority after the full-scale invasion. We have been delivering capacity building for local authorities for more than 10 years, and this participatory approach allowed some of the beneficiary municipalities to deliver a more rapid response in the face of the challenge of the war. They had more resilient societies, more connected, and with a higher level of trust. When it came to internally displaced persons, they were also able to better integrate them in the policy decision-making and in the local life in general. We are today active with more than 4 local democracy agencies in Ukraine, and we are aiming at more, mobilizing our network and European cities and regions around this key development. But of course, we don't limit our action there. In the recent year, we had the chance to support the Italian MFA for the local dimension of the Ukraine Recovery Conference, shaping the agenda and advising on how the future of local governments could look like in Ukraine. We were grateful for this opportunity, and we will continue to support any effort in this direction. But to come back on a more general picture, I wanted to raise again the fact that the general approach of local participatory democracy is also here to rebuild this trust, create better local policies, and in a way address some of the vulnerabilities that our societies are facing. And in a world of competition where disinformation is undermining democracy, it's very important to act at the local level to empower local governments at the technical but also at the elected level. And this is how we can make our societies more resilient. We are happy to contribute to the democratic shield at the EU level and in the neighborhood also of the European Union, empowering local leaders and civil society to face disinformation campaign. And this is to conclude my speech. I would like to invite again the member states and the participants to prioritize what could be done at the local level, keeping in mind that indeed local democracy can save democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adrien. Democracy starts on the local level. I think that's the message we have understood. That is true in Bosnia, this is true in Ukraine, it's true in the European Union and probably elsewhere. So thanks for this experience. Democracy also needs to be inclusive, and I'm very glad to have the third introducer, Mrs. Amu Urhonen. She's a member of the ODIHR Advisory Panel on the political participation of persons with disabilities. Amu Urhonen is a Finnish disability rights activist. She is the chairperson of the Abilis Foundation, an organization that provides funding for projects of organizations and groups of persons with disabilities in developing countries, and thus global advocacy on disability rights. Amu, you have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, it's very nice to be here. I'm from Finland, actually, though it's nice to be here in that sense too, because Finland is the chairperson at the moment for OSCE. This panel that I have been participating, and I have been also chairing it for a couple of years, was founded a couple of years ago when the OSCE and ODIHR noticed that the politics is lacking persons with disabilities, to be brief. Often persons with disabilities are considered or have been considered as objects of politics, as someone who has been told what to do or decisions have been made to do something about persons with disabilities, so they haven't been very active roles in politics. So there was a concern about that persons with disabilities will not be heard, as they should be, because in democracy everybody needs to be heard and everybody should have a chance to participate. So they gathered this kind of a panel of advisors, of politicians with disabilities, and researchers who have studied this subject. Because we all know, or we should all know, that political participation is a human right, and that should be also secured for persons with disabilities. For those of you who can't see me, I'm a wheelchair user myself, and I have been in politics for years in my home country. And when we started this work, and we started tracking the obstacles that persons with disabilities in OSCE member countries face, it was very familiar to me. What I heard seemed to be similar in every country. There is legislation that might be preventing in one way or another a person to be politically active. There are practices that are discriminative. There are political parties who discriminate persons with disabilities who would like to become candidates in elections. So we started systematically pointing out these barriers that we have been facing and that people in different countries have been facing, and writing about them and making materials and trying to find solutions to these problems. And what has came very obvious and very clear to us is that persons with disabilities themselves know the best, what the best solutions are. They know the best practices, the best laws, and everything. So it's not the parents, it's not the caretakers, it's not even organizations for persons with disabilities, it's the organizations of persons with disabilities themselves. We also know that political participation is very important in moments of crisis. We know that bad disability politics, which basically means building obstacles and excluding persons with disabilities, they will escalate in the times of crisis. For instance, we know that in several countries, when something bad has happened, there has been an emergency, a war, whatever, it's the persons with disabilities who have always been killed or left behind in these very difficult conditions when everybody else have been able to escape. And for some reason, this has been taken for granted. No, that's just the case. Well, she couldn't walk. No wonder she was killed. No. All of these actions in crisis happen according to very, very specific plans. That's why we have humanitarian work. They have plans for this kind of times of crisis. But the problem is that the plans don't include persons with disabilities, because persons with disabilities were not involved in making those plans. They haven't been in political tables deciding that, okay, this is a group that we should know this, that we should be prepared. Because we know that when these kind of, when persons with disabilities have been involved, they haven't been left out. There have been better plans and better strategies. One thing that we have also noticed in the panel is that often persons with disability or disability politics, let's say that, is limited to certain areas of politics. Like, for example, people think that it's about health care. That's a very medical approach of disability, by the way. I don't like that, because this is more of a question about society. But actually, all politics is about disability as well, because it's about people. Persons with disabilities are people, persons who have all the needs and all the roles that other people have as well. So that's why I come from the activist movement with the slogan, "Nothing about us without us." I would like to update that slogan to "Nothing without us." So disability inclusion, disability participation should be included and mainstreamed in all politics, all levels of politics, all levels of democracy, and everything that we do. I feel that the exclusion of persons with disabilities is actually wasting of talent. There are a lot of persons with disabilities who would have who have very important contributions to the society. And I also feel that the whole idea of democracy is to bring people together to talk about, to make decisions. And that doesn't happen if persons with disabilities are excluded. That's why I would like to challenge all of you to think about disability inclusion and make sure to identify and remove barriers that persons with disabilities face when in their ways to political power and to political participation in all areas, in all world. And I also wish that in that this panel that I'm chairing, that I have been talking about, that this will also get a permanent position in ODIHR inside OSCE, because it's doing a great job, as you can see if you look at everything that we have been able to produce so far, and because we are in the start. This is the beginning, this is not the end. The process is still in the very beginning. And also because what I hear in the international level all the time, there is a great danger at the moment that the politics, because of the crisis and because of the very uncertain time that we are living and threats to democracy, that would actually lead to regression, to take disability politics back to patronizing, to protection, to putting people with disabilities in institutions away from political power. And I wish that we all agree in this room, and that is not something that we want to let happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Amu, for challenging us and for not doing it only today, but continuously as a member of the panel, of the advisory panel to ODIHR. So many thanks for the 3 excellent introductory remarks we have just heard. Now it's the moment to open the floor for discussion. Before doing so, let me remind you of the following rules of the meeting. When you are given the floor, please introduce yourself, tell us your name and the organization you represent. If you have multiple affiliations with organizations, remind that you are supposed to speak here on behalf of the institution of the organization you have been registered to attend at this conference. Speaking time is a maximum of 3 minutes. I say maximum, it can also be shorter. Keep your contribution brief and to the topic, and in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters, please speak clearly and slowly. Obviously, proceedings should be held in a respectful manner and in line with the code of conduct of this conference. All participants are entitled and encouraged to submit written documents online via the conference platform. This is on the address meetings.odir.pl. If you upload documents there, they will be made available to all registered participants. The delegations of OSCE participating states may exercise their right of reply regarding any statement made by another participant, but rights of reply must be announced at the head table during the session and then submitted in writing online to the platform. Registered participants can also raise a procedural issue, but they will have to do it directly during the session at the representative of the CIO here at the head table and not from the floor. We have a long participants list. I have 40 speakers and a reserve list of 20 more, so this will keep us busy until 6 o'clock. The list is transparent and is published on the meetings platform or is available here at ODIHR at the head table if you want to see your position on the list. With that, I will start with the first participant on the speakers list. This is the political opposition movement Erkin Uzbekistan, Free Uzbekistan. Sir, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Hello, dear colleagues. Our movement, Free Uzbekistan, thinks that democracy cannot exist without the trust of people to their government. The people of my country do not trust the regime because they killed en masse our nationals several years ago. So the loss of trust is a fundamental issue that undermines the legitimacy of the political regime. When people do not believe in honest elections, fairness of the court, and honest intentions of the government, democratic institutions become a pure formality. Any introductions by Mirzoev's regime is another opportunity to enrich the officials and to increase the control over society. The lack of real political competitiveness, keeping dissents, silencing the dissent, corruption on all levels of power make the situation worse, leading to hopelessness. Moreover, the policy of double standards, when the law is not the same for everyone, and only close to the president are the privileged ones. People are upset because of all this. The impunity of officials and their relatives undermine the foundations of the rule of law, and people start believing in impunity. The regime of Mirzoev every year spends over $100 million USD per year in order to manipulate and disinformate the world community. In New York, this year, At the meeting with US businessmen, the president stated that he will be the personal guarantor of their successful work in our country, proving the lack of democracy in the country. Unless the regime stays in power, any attempts to build democracy in Uzbekistan will fail. And only after people of Uzbekistan can start exercising their right to revolution, when they will change the whole political system and held all perpetrators accountable for their crimes against the nation, we will be able to build free Uzbekistan. Thank you very much.
I thank for this contribution. Next on my list is the organization AHANG. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Madam, sorry.
I am Annie Götod, a member of the Hungarian Civil Society and campaign director of AHANG, one of Hungary's biggest NGOs with a membership of 600,000 people. Hungary is in urgent need of a long-term election observation mission by the OSCE ahead of next year's parliamentary elections. We are facing the most competitive election contest of the past 15 years. For the first time, there is a strong challenger to the very government that created an unfair electoral environment your experts have already criticized. Regardless of the outcome of the election, we need to be sure that it happened in a fair and free way. In 2022, a long-term OSCE election observation mission was deployed in Hungary for the very first time. That mission uncovered numerous irregularities and systemic abuses. While election day itself was conducted technically in order, the OSCE concluded that the overall conditions for a fair competition were simply not in place. Since then, the situation has not improved, it has worsened. Of the 30 recommendations issued in 2022, not a single one has been adequately implemented. Instead, we have witnessed the government's continued dominance of the media space, gerrymandering of constituencies, intimidation of the civil society, and changes in campaign financing rules. The details are available in the documentation we have submitted. We therefore call on OSCE participating states to support the deployment of a long-term election observation mission should ODIHR experts recommend it. More than 60,000 Hungarian citizens have signed our petition demanding such a mission to guarantee free, fair elections. Moreover, the most recent representative poll by an independent research institute shows that 69%, a clear majority of Hungarians, support the presence of international observers at the next elections. This need cuts across party lines, which is a rare thing in today's Hungary, believe me. The stakes are high. That is why we strongly urge the representatives of OSCE participating states. If ODIHR deems it necessary, please support and ensure the deployment of a long-term election observation mission for Hungary's upcoming election. Should you have any further questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is the Public Union for Gender Equality and Women Initiatives. Please, you have the floor.
Hello, Nigar Ramazanova, Public Union for Gender Equality and Women Initiative. Dear participants, as a representative of Azerbaijan, I would like to stress the importance of developing democracy at all levels, national, regional, and local. Democracy should not only exist in laws, but also be felt in people's daily lives. At the national level, strong democratic institutions and transparent governance increase citizens' trust in the state. At the regional level, cooperation strengthens trust among nations and builds the basis of sustainable peace. At the local level, hearing the voices of communities and ensuring their participation in decision-making helps to create a fairer society. I believe that the development of democracy at all three levels is important not only for separate countries, but also for the stability and the prosperity of the whole region. In this context, democratic elections play a vital role in ensuring that democracy functions effectively at every level. Democratic elections are the main way for people to decide their future freely. Elections are not only a voting process, but also a right of citizens to take part in state governance. Free, fair, and transparent elections strengthen the trust of society in the state. In this way, every person's vote has equal value, and the will of the people is reflected. Real democracy is shown not only in the results, but also in the process when freedom of expression, pluralism, and fair competition are guaranteed. I believe that democratic elections are the key to sustainable development and respect for human rights for all nations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is the delegation of Ukraine. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dear participants, at the outset, the delegation of Ukraine extends sincere appreciation to the Finnish chairpersonship, ODIHR, and to all delegations that supported the organization of this discussion, as well as to introducers for their thought-provoking presentations. The topic of democratic institutions could not be more relevant as Ukraine continues to defend both its sovereignty and the democratic order on which our common security rests. For more than 11 years, the Russian Federation has sought not only to occupy territory, but to dismantle democratic governance whenever it can. In the temporarily occupied regions of Ukraine, the occupying power continues to suppress local self-government, persecute elected representatives, and impose illegitimate administrative bodies. The staging of the so-called elections and referenda remains part of this broader strategy to fabricate legitimacy for occupation and to undermine the international legal order. Ukraine's Ministry for Foreign Affairs has repeatedly underlined, including in its statements of 2024 and 2025, that any so-called electoral processes conducted by Russia on temporarily occupied Ukrainian territory are null and void. They produce no legal consequences and cannot affect Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. The decision of the Russian Federation to extend its 2024 presidential election and subsequent so-called single voting days in 2025 to parts of Ukraine's Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, Kherson regions, the Crimea and Sevastopol represents a blatant violation of the international law, the UN Charter and the OSCE commitments. Such actions carried out under coercion, forced passportization, and restrictions on movement cannot be described as democratic by any standard. Distinguished colleagues, democracy cannot exist under occupation. Where local councils are dissolved, mayors abducted, and citizens coerced to change nationality, there is no political participation. Only control imposed by force. Ukraine therefore calls on the OSCE participating states to reaffirm a strict policy of non-recognition of any Russian so-called elections held in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, to ensure accountability of individuals and entities involved in organizing or legitimizing these illegal processes. Provide support to Ukraine's legitimate democratic institutions, including displaced local authorities that continue to function under Ukrainian law. We encourage ODIHR to continue documenting violations of electoral rights in the occupied territories and to integrate these findings into wider international accountability frameworks. Colleagues, the integrity of democratic institutions is inseparable from peace and security in the OSCE region. By defending democracy in Ukraine, we defend the credibility of the OSCE's own commitments. Ukraine remains steadfast in restoring lawful, transparent, and inclusive governance throughout
its entire territory and counts on the unity and principled solidarity of all participating states in this common endeavor. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. The next statement comes from the democratic choice of Kazakhstan.
Здравствуйте. Благодарю за предоставленную возможность.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the ability to have a word. I'm the coordinator of the coordination committee, which is titled Democratic Choice of Kazakhstan. I would like to pay attention to the fact, to the constant in recent years, Kazakhstan actually is experiencing the worsening of the situation because in March 2023, they were the so-called Kazakhstan elections. And the regime has enabled the prevalence of two parties, which actually have created the image of synchronously operating parties. But as previously, all elections have been coordinated by the ruling authority. No alternative parties have been allowed to participate in elections. And there are even some cases that the parties have applied for take in the electoral process, but actually they haven't been admitted. So. After elections were held, some of the individuals who applied for the right to run for the candidacy, some of the candidates were imprisoned and accused of various fabricated crimes. And while speaking about the referendum that was held, the regime has presented it as like giving people the choice. But unlike the stated pleasant policies, actually, a couple of our activists were sentenced to 4 years of imprisonment, according to the organizing of mass disorder. And why? Because they actually volunteered to vote against the establishing of the Russian corporation Rosatom. And we advise to implement all the suggestions with regard to the human dimension and, of course, to free all political prisoners that have been sentenced for their willingness to participate in independent electoral process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next on my list is Giselbosch, Youth Education Public Union. Giselbosch, Youth Education Public Union. Is anybody in the room? If not, we go to the next speaker and come back perhaps later. So next on my list is Rights and Freedom of Turkmenistan Citizens. Please.
Юлия Серебренник, права и свободы граждан.
Yulia Serebrennik, Rights and Freedoms of Turkmenistan. I would like to address your attention to the full lack of democratic institutions in Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan is a country where all branches of power are effectively controlled by one ruling family. 2022, Turkmenistan held the so-called presidential elections. In fact, that was not an act of popular will, but a transfer of power from father to his son. The long-time serving president, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, handed the presidency over to his son, Serdar Berdimuhamedov. And at the same time, he created himself a new position, the so-called national leader of the Turkmen people. Today, the executive branch, the parliament, the judiciary, and all the mass media outlets are entirely subordinated to the interests of that family. There is no genuine opposition, there is no independent press, and there is no free civil society in Turkmenistan. Recent developments demonstrate the further consolidation of this dynastic system. The daughter of the former president, Ogul Jamal Atabayeva, received the status of a public official, participating in government meetings and accompanying her father and brother on international visits paid to China in September of this year. This clearly shows that the power in Turkmenistan has become a family business. This is the business of one dynasty. How can Turkmenistan be considered to be a democratic state when power has been concentrated in the hands of just one family? How can the international community still talk to them, sign contracts, recognize them as legitimate partners when in Turkmenistan we actually have the rule of just one group? In Turkmenistan, laws no longer function. It's the will of one family that rules. They have turned the state into a personal khanat, where fear has replaced justice and corruption has replaced institutions. Democracy cannot exist where power is inherited, where people have been deprived of their voice, where criticizing the authorities can cost a person his or her freedom or even life. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is the Azerbaijan Institute for Democracy and Human Rights. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmad Shadab. I represent the Institute for Democracy and Human Rights. And it's my great honor to speak here in Warsaw, a city that stands for Europe's freedom and democracy. We are here to talk about values that unite all of us: fair elections, open societies, and peace. And the OSCE was built on one clear idea: security and democracy go together. When democracy fails, peace is at risk. When peace disappears, democracy cannot survive. And let me start with Georgia, where local elections were held just 2 days ago on October 5. And these elections should have been a sign of progress, but instead they showed a deep political division and loss of public trust. Only about 40% of voters took part, and several opposition parties stayed out of the race. And international observers spoke about pressure on journalists, misuse of power, and fear among activists. For many years, Georgia was seen as a democratic model in the South Caucasus, but today we see how fragile democracy can be when trust and fairness disappear. It doesn't collapse overnight. It fades slowly when people stop believing that their vote matters. Now let's look at Armenia, which plans to hold parliamentary elections in June 2026. Europe has a big interest in this vote because it will decide the future of peace in our region. Sadly, we already hear some political forces, especially opposition forces in Armenia, talking about revenge and war, not peace and reform. They reject the results of previous agreements and call for returning to the past. If such groups come to power in Armenia, the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia could be in real danger, and the progress made after the August 8 White House meeting may be lost. That would not only hurt our region, South Caucasus, but also weaken all Europe's peace efforts. Even here in this hall, we have heard some Armenian voices that spread hate and division. But democracy cannot live with hate. Free elections must serve peace, not reopen old wounds. Europe and the OSCE have a clear duty to protect democracy from those who want to use it for conflict. And the South Caucasus deserves the same democratic and peaceful future as the rest of Europe. Governments that listen to their citizens, civil societies that work freely, and borders that connect, not divide. And for Azerbaijan, this is the goal we believe in. We want a region where people travel, trade and talk, not fight each other, where roads and energy corridors unite nations, not separate them. Civil society must help lead this change by telling the truth, building dialogue and teaching tolerance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next.
Nazrin Aliyeva, founder and deputy chairman of Human Rights Promotion Center and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Mr. Moderator, dear participants, strengthening democracy at national, regional, and local levels is of great importance for the sustainable development of societies. I think that public participation, especially in decision-making processes, is one of the main elements of strengthening democracy at the national level. Also improving the activities of municipalities in Azerbaijan and ensuring their more active participation in management are among the main goals ahead. As a result of reforms carried out in 2025 to increase the transparency of municipal bodies, it's planned that revenues and expenditures of the municipalities will now be transparently managed by a single electronic system. In addition, the increased interest of women and youth in strengthening democracy is also noteworthy. It should be noted that according to the results of the 2019 municipal elections, a total of 38.8% of those elected were women and 39.9% were young people. It's very important for the citizens to elect their representatives and participate in the democratic processes without foreign interference. At the regional level, legal education and raising citizens' awareness of their rights and obligations serve to strengthen the culture of democracy. In this direction, continuous work is being carried out in Azerbaijan through both state programs and civil society initiatives. For instance, our organization has repeatedly expressed its position on various topical issues in social networks and media in various directions. In addition, our organization is currently developing a law on cultural heritage together with the Ministry of Culture. I believe that this, while increasing the role of non-governmental organizations in the formation of democracy, also develops diversity of opinion. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next on my list is the NGO Central Asian Progress and Integration Forum. Please. Central Asian Progress and Integration Forum. Is anybody in the room? If not, we go to the next speaker, which is the Union of Informed Citizens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Daniel Ioannisyan, and initially I was planning to talk about election-related problems in Armenia. We have Russia that is trying to interfere in our elections, just like they did recently in Moldova. We have electoral administration that is failing with oversight of money in politics. We have government that refused to adopt money in politics-related legislation that was drafted by CSOs. At the end, we have a ruling party that has misused administrative resources during a number of recent local elections without any serious prosecution follow it. But because the distinguished representatives of Azerbaijan in their sometimes copy-pasted speeches have called us gongos, I would like to talk about NGOs as an important component of democratic society. Civil society organizations in Armenia, including the one I am representing here, are far not happy with the level of democracy in the country. But we are fully able to criticize our government. No one will prosecute us for that. No one will think of arresting us for that. No one will label us as foreign agent or something like that for us. We're able to criticize our government here. We're able to criticize them in our country. We can do that on Armenian public television. We are able to ask questions to our government and demand for answers in many formats. And we do so. We strongly criticize our government for a number of issues. We do journalistic investigations revealing cases of corruption in our country. And for those efforts, by the way, my organization received Democracy Defender Award from a big number of member state delegations to OSCE here. Our organization has a number of court cases with the ruling party in Armenia. We have lodged an application against Armenia in EHCR. We are doing investigations that lead to resignations, policy changes, and even blocks candidates to leaders of law enforcement agencies in Armenia. So please, anyone from Azerbaijan who calls us a gongo, please tell us, have you ever criticized your government to the 1% of level we criticize ours? We have now sessions on democratic institutions. Please talk about democracy in your country. You are coming from the most non-democratic country, one of the most non-democratic countries in the OSCE region, a country where any non-governmental, non-government-oriented organization is prosecuted by the state, just like in Russia or Belarus. And now, during this session on democracy, you're talking about everything except absence of democracy in Azerbaijan. Are there elections in Azerbaijan? Are there free media in Azerbaijan? Are Azerbaijani citizens allowed to criticize their government? Come on, answer these questions before calling us gongos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on my list is the Worldwide Lawyers Association. Worldwide Lawyers Association? Seems not to be here. We'll come back to that later. Next on my list is the delegation of Poland. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Adam Krzywosanski. I'm the Deputy Director at the Global Affairs Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland. And I have the pleasure to deliver the statement on behalf of the European Union and the following participating states who align themselves with it: Albania, Andorra, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Norway, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine. Please note that the full version of the statement will be circulated in writing. The OSCE participating states recognize in the 1990 Copenhagen document that a vigorous democracy depends on the existence of democratic values, practices, and an extensive range of democratic institutions. The participating states have committed themselves to respect the will of the people, freely and fairly expressed through periodic and genuine elections. However, our democracies face challenges from rising extremism, election interference, and spread of manipulative information. The security environment has changed due to Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and the following war of aggression against Ukraine. The EU is committed to promoting and protecting democracy. Strengthening democratic resilience is a cornerstone in protecting our security. This requires free and diverse public discourse, the ability to recognize and counter foreign information, manipulation and interference, and disinformation. Against this backdrop, we want to emphasize the importance of supporting civil society organizations and human rights defenders who remain an essential element of the system of checks and balances. Many of them are present here today to brief us on the human rights situation in their countries, despite enduring smear campaigns, surveillance, harassment, and physical attacks. The EU reiterates that the protection of transparent and inclusive elections from any foreign interference, including in the information domain, by state or non-state actors, as well as election transparency, is essential for democracies. We encourage all participating states to follow the OSCE commitments and invite observers to their elections from other participating states, the ODIHR, and the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in a timely manner, and to implement promptly ODIHR's election assessment and recommendations. The EU reiterates that election monitoring by the ODIHR is a valuable tool for the promotion of democratization and upholding human rights across the OSCE area. We reiterate that ODIHR needs to be adequately staffed and resourced in order to carry out its vital work in accordance with its mandate. In closing, we recall EU's continuous and firm support for ODIHR's activities, autonomy and mandate for the promotion of democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in the OSCE area. I thank you.
Thank you, European Union, and thanks for having a shortened version of your speech. Next on my list is Russian Association for the Protection of Religious Freedom. Please. Russian Association for the Protection of Religious Freedom. Seems not to be here. Then we move to the next speaker, which is Political Movement Group 24.
Здравствуйте, уважаемый специалист, мистер модератор, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear friends, our organization is an example of how can we functionally combat examples of dictatorship, take into consideration the level of judicial power and no opposition party has the right to participate in the electoral campaign. All of them are usually arrested. The result of elections, of course, are previously known and they are published, which are far from reality. We claim that without honest election, without a fair competition, it is impossible to speak about democratic changes. We would like to have a voice and influence in building the future of our country. It's kind of the violation of the Copenhagen Directive. We challenge the society not to accept the result of election, and we also seek the support of the public community, which actually exists in difficult situation. And our task is to make the voice of people finally heard.
Thank you. Next speaker is the Institute for Human Rights.
Thank you, Chair. Diana Nazarets, Institute for Human Rights. We would like to draw the attention of the OSCE member states to the rapidly deteriorating state of civil society in Azerbaijan, where the government continues to eliminate all forms of independent activity and dissent. With around 400 political prisoners currently behind bars, the conditions for free and fair elections are entirely absent. Independent journalists and civil society activists who attempt to observe or report on the electoral process face constant persecution. Many have been imprisoned on fabricated charges, intimidated, or silenced through judicial harassment. On election days, independent observers and civic monitors are systematically prevented from entering polling station or documenting irregularities, ensuring that the authorities maintain total control over the process. For both the February and September 2024 elections, Azerbaijan failed to fulfill its international obligations by refusing to invite a PACE election observation mission, while the OSCE election observation mission in its respective reports confirmed that the elections were held in the absence of political pluralism and genuine competition. The developments take place in a country where no change in power has occurred since 1993, with one family maintaining control over state institutions and political life for more than 3 decades. The international community must respond firmly to the ongoing democratic backsliding. We call for sustained international pressure and accountability measures to secure the release of all political prisoners, protect journalists and human rights defenders, and ensure that Azerbaijan uphold its commitments under OSCE and other international frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is the Turkmenistan Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights. Please.
Thank you very much. The election situation in Turkmenistan means lack of competition, and they're held not in line with international standards. This is what international experts usually say. First, the lack of real competitiveness. There are several parties registered in the country, but they are not real opposition, and they support the policy of the ruling power. The candidates often cannot criticize openly the government. They cannot suggest alternative platforms. The ruling family and elite actually holds all the power within the hands of one group, and the elections is only a proof of their non-willingness to give away the power. Lack of transparency. We are often being criticized for the lack of transparency, both by international observers. They have limited access to, for example, ballot counting. A lack of freedom of assembly and freedom of speech. The civil society is limited in their open discussion during pre-election period. Very predictable outcomes of the election. And actually, the outcomes are very predictable, and always there's high support to the current president. So the elections in the country is only a process to legitimize the existing ruling structure and not the real expression of the will of the people. Cooperation as part of the human dimension between Turkmenistan and OSCE is only happens on paper. I would like to say, in addition, about the Institute of a Presidential Office. For example, last year I said that the president started talking about digitalization of the government, but the president doesn't have a website and he doesn't have an office where people can come to. And Uzbekistan and our nationals actually use TikTok and YouTube and other social media to address the president with their requests and complaints on arbitrary activity of officials in the regions and the government itself, which leads to chaos, and it shows that the authorities do not control themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is the Institute for Reporters' Freedom and Safety.
We express our concern over the weakening of democratic institutions and the absence of the free and fair elections in Azerbaijan. The country's political system has become entirely dominated by the ruling elite, leaving no space for meaningful political competition. President Ilham Aliyev, who has already been re-elected for fifth term of 7 years as a result of unfair elections, continued to consolidate personal power. Appointed his wife, Mehriban Aliyeva, as the vice president. He turned the electoral process into a tool for unlimited rules rather than a means of democratic choice. Opposition figure faced ongoing persecution. Ali Kerimli, the leader of Popular Front Party, is denied a valid passport, preventing him from traveling abroad and participating in international engagement. Tevfik Yagublu, a veteran opposition leader, has imprisoned on fabricated charges already of third time with his health rapidly deteriorating. Repressions also extend to the civil society. Our colleagues, the heads of the two independent elections watchdogs, Bashir Suleymanli and Anar Mamadli, remain unjustly detained, silencing critical monitoring of election process. Likewise, Azer Gasimli, director of the International Institute of Political Management, and Akif Gurbanov, the head of the Institute for Democratic Initiatives, are imprisoned on politically motivated charges. We call on Azerbaijan, the authorities, release all political prisoners, end the persecutions of opposition and civic activists, and restore democratic governance and accountability with international commitments of our country. And in the end, I would like to also highlight for Azerbaijan is a host country for the European Political Community Summit in 2028, and it's very shameful for Azerbaijan authorities hosted such an important event and invited to Azerbaijan more than 49 head of the states from Europe, and at the same time keeping in prison more than 400 outspoken and oppositional voices in custody. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is the delegation of the Czech Republic. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for giving us the floor. Czechia aligns itself with the EU statement. In addition, we would like to make a few remarks in our national capacity. Support for democratic institutions, including electoral ones, is a long-term priority of Czech foreign policy, and support for participatory rights, including electoral rights, is a priority of Czech human rights policy. OSCE ODIHR election observation remains one of the best tools for promoting democracy. The Czech Republic has been supporting it politically and financially, and we are ready to do so in the future. In 2025 alone, we managed to deploy long-term observers and tens of short-term observers to all ODIHR election observation missions. We regret to note that some of the missions planned for 2025 were cancelled or did not take place, either due to a missing or late invitation, or due to a lack of assurance to duly accredit the observers. We reiterate our strong support to ODIHR's election observation methodology, and we underline the need to provide ODIHR with an adequate budget. Mr. Moderator, parliamentary elections were held in the Czech Republic over the last weekend. These were the first elections ever when Czech citizens living abroad could send their votes by mail without having to vote in person at a designated Czech embassy. Thousands of Czech citizens took advantage of this opportunity. We were pleased to welcome once again the ODIHR election assessment mission, which observed the elections. And based on a preliminary invitation, a needs assessment mission was deployed by the ODIHR in late May 2025. A formal invitation could have been issued only after the official announcement of the election dates and the formal decision of the Czech government in August 2025. We are awaiting the final report of the official mission, and as always, we will share with the OSCE our official response to the ODIHR recommendations on improving our electoral system. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
Спасибо. Следующий в моем списке Молодежный общественный союз «Реформист». Thank you very much. I am the chairperson of the Reformist Youth Public Union from Azerbaijan. Dear colleagues, the development of democratic institutions and transparency of elections is one of the priorities for modern states. Trust to the political system and transparency define the strength of the institute. Azerbaijan considers it a priority. After regaining its independence, Azerbaijan undertook steps to build a democratic state. We adopted a constitution, introduced a multi-party system, developed the civil society. And transparency of the election and civil participation have always been a priority. Azerbaijan has undertaken serious measures. For example, the Central Electoral Commission uses digital methods. We have web cameras in polling stations, and the number of women and young people participating in the election increases. Also, we develop a political culture and increase civil responsibility. It should be stressed that today we have a constructive environment for the dialogue between the government and political parties. So Azerbaijan is interested in political participation and civil society participation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Next on my list is the Turkmen independent journalist.
Dear sir and gentlemen, dear moderator, in 2023, Turkmenistan experienced elections, and the elections, of course, have got its final results. The country-wide branches of government are effectively controlled by one ruling family. In 2022, Turkmenistan held so-called presidential elections, and the longtime president Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov actually stays in power. So actually today the executive branch, parliament, judicial system and the media completely subservient to the interest of his family. And the opposition has nothing to do here. And means that it's almost 20 years when the so-called the country is ruled by the family. And actually, the longtime president, Garbiglgamedov, transferred presidential powers to his son, Sedar, and established a new position for himself, national leader of the Turkmen people. Today, the executive branch of the parliament judicial system and all media are completely subservient to the interest of his family. And there is no genuine opposition, no independent press, and no feel-free society of the country. And actually, he is called the national leader of the Turkmen people. The by this, he actually executes strong power and influence on probably all national decisions taken by the government. So there is no freedom of basic freedoms. Even if there are some, they are strictly narrowed, and there is a lack of access to the internet, which deprives people of getting free information. And actually, there is no choice for the majority of people, because new democratic elections are actually on the a new plan for development. We would like to see another situation, but actually during the elections we have observed certain disproportion and violations of the electoral procedures, and the electoral committee didn't take into consideration the opposition party candidates. Finally, on the 26th of March, which, according to the report that was published by the Institute of Democratic Reforms, it was reported that of course, the elections in Turkmenistan should be held according to the democratic principles in order to give citizens the choice. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. Next on my list is the NGO for Equal Rights Educational Center. For Equal Rights Educational Center. Then we go to the next speaker, which is the Public Foundation National Endowment for Prosperity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kazakhstan has ratified all main international documents in the field of democracy and is firmly carrying out reforms. This is clearly visible in the dynamics of recent years. First, a single 7-year presidential term has been established. Second, presidential powers over local governors have been limited, and the quota of presidential appointees in parliament reduced. Conversely, the powers of parliament have been significantly expanded. Amendments to the constitution were introduced, taking into account the opinion of the people through a referendum, and were supported by almost 80%. Third, public participation in state affairs has greatly increased. All major national issues are decided through referendum. 4 have been held since independence, including 2 in recent years, in 2022 on constitutional amendments and in 2024 on the construction of a nuclear power plant. A parliamentary opposition has been introduced, and the threshold for parties to enter parliament has been reduced to 7 to 5%. The registration threshold for political parties has been reduced 4 times, from 20,000 to 5,000. A mixed electoral list system has been established, allowing citizens to vote both for party lists and independent candidates, which broaden parliamentary representation. As a result, 6 out of 7 political parties won seats in the most recent elections. A quota system for women, youth, and persons with disabilities has been introduced. To enhance local self-governance, district and city governors are now directly elected, and more than 2,500 rural and district hakims and 45 city mayors have already been chosen through this process. Fourth, new guarantees for freedom of expression have been introduced. A notification-based system for public assemblies is now in effect. A petition mechanism has been launched, significantly expanding civic participation in public decision-making. More than 100 petitions have already been submitted. The National Kurultai, chaired by the President of Kazakhstan and bringing together human rights defenders, legal experts, and economists, was established to ensure broad public participation in the reform process. Fifth, human rights mechanisms have been strengthened. The Constitutional Court was reestablished, the status of the Ombudsman enhanced, and courts have become more independent. Administrative justice is functioning, and from this year, separate cassation courts have begun to operate. Democratic reforms are ongoing. In the future, discussions are underway on transforming the legislative branch, including a possible transition to unicameral parliament. Kazakhstan will continue to strengthen democratic institutions in line with the best international standards. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next on my list is the organization Barakor Hayat, Sustainable Life. Barakor Hayat, is anybody in the room? If not, we go to the next organization, which is Occident Means Orient, Multicultural and Ecological Vision for Eurasia and Africa. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Yuri Brunmeier from Occident Meets Orient NGO. Dear moderator, dear participants, we all speak about security, but Europe stands at a crossroads. Our economy is slowing down, our industries are aging, our innovation is losing speed, while Asia expands and the United States strengthened its digital dominance. Europe is gradually losing its influence. So the question is, where will our next wave of growth come from? The answer is clear, from Africa. Africa is young, dynamic, and full of potential. Over 60% of its people are under 25. That's a risk, but also an opportunity. That's our future. Yet while others are investing boldly, Europe hesitates, and every moment of hesitation costs us influence, prosperity, and security. But let's be clear, investment without control is not progress. It's a risk to stability, to democracy, and ultimately to the European taxpayer. If we invest, we must also have control. This is not about romantic development aid, it's about strategic risk management. Every euro we invest, every system we build, every digital infrastructure we deploy must remain traceable and accountable. Data system and digital infrastructure must stay under European control. That's not about mistrust, it's about insurance. Insurance against political instability and misuse. So how do we secure that? With technology, with a European security architecture built on 5 principles. Digital identities and encryption keys remain in EU hands. Data is stored in Europe, but services are run locally. A European Security Operations Center monitors everything in real time. Legal agreements guarantee ownership and audit rights. Technical safeguards like kill switches, geofencing. Because control builds trust for both sides. Europe must not only export capital, we must also export our values. Democracy isn't idealism, it's investment protection. Where the rule of law is weak, markets fail. Where transparency prevails, trust grows. Emerging technologies, blockchain, artificial intelligence, digital registries can strengthen democracy, but only if Europe keeps control. Let us help Africa build a true democracy through new technologies. Let us invest in the African continent. Let us invest in us. Africa is the risk worth taking. Thank you. In case of questions, technical questions, feel free to contact us. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bahram Kuchkarov. I represent the Central Election Commission of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan is committed to continuously advancing its electoral system to ensure free, fair, and transparent elections in accordance with international standards. In this regard, we conduct systematic reviews of electoral laws to align them with international standards. We provide comprehensive practical training for election officials and sustained outreach campaigns for voters. We introduced advanced voter registration and election information systems, improving public access to election data. We are expanding measures to ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities and to encourage the full political participation of women and young people. Uzbekistan consistently invites international observers to all elections and referenda. Over 850 observers from international organizations, foreign countries, and their election authorities monitored the 2024 parliamentary elections in Uzbekistan. Our cooperation with OSCE ODIHR is a key element of the reform process. ODIHR missions have been monitoring elections in Uzbekistan since 1999. We consider ODIHR a trusted partner that provides impartial expertise and practical assistance. This partnership covers various aspects of the election-related agenda. Uzbekistan consistently and promptly follows up on the ODIHR's election assessments and recommendations. In recent years, Uzbekistan has implemented many ODIHR recommendations, and this process continues. Follow-up cooperation with ODIHR has developed into an ongoing constructive dialogue and consultations. Recently, a delegation from ODIHR Election Department visited the country to present the 2024 Election Observation Final Report and discuss its conclusions and recommendations. During the visit, we also discussed measures to improve the conduct of elections and opportunities for future cooperation and assistance. The recommendations from the final report are given serious consideration and are properly addressed. The review process involves all stakeholders and includes a detailed analysis of the final report, the development of consolidated proposals on implementing acceptable recommendations, and ultimately the preparation of a roadmap. This approach considers implementation of recommendations while ensuring the observance of national interests and taking into account the specific characteristics of the country's development. Our goal is to conduct well-prepared, inclusive, and transparent elections that reflect the will of the people and enhance public confidence in democratic institutions. We look forward to continued cooperation with ODIHR and to enhancing and to exchanging experiences with all participants of this conference. I thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is the delegation of Georgia. Madam, you have the floor.
Mr. Moderator, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, my name is Elena Bobokidze and I represent Central Election Commission of Georgia in this very important forum, especially 2 days after Georgia held its general municipal elections on October 4th. These elections once again underscored our commitment to uphold democratic values while embracing technological innovations, which played a vital role in strengthening transparency, efficiency, and public trust in elections in Georgia. A defining feature of these elections was the wide use of electronic technologies, which transformed the whole voting process. Registration, voting, and counting were all simplified and carried out more efficiently using new electronic devices. The unified electronic voter lists allowed quick and accurate identification, reducing waiting time and giving citizens a simplified procedure for registration. Most importantly, the system eliminated the possibility of technical and human errors, ensuring that each citizen's vote was counted. These elections were observed by up to 9,000 observers, including local and international organizations, as well as accredited media representatives. It was also monitored by an independent international audit company, which recently issued its positive result about the elections. It is important to underline that the mandate of the CEC of Georgia is strictly limited to the technical administration of elections, and our main focus is on ensuring these operational aspects are carried out to the highest standards. Technology also reinforced accuracy and fairness. By minimizing the possibility of human error, it allowed results to be announced much more quickly than in the past, with preliminary outcomes available in less than 2 hours after polls closed. These results were not only faster, but also supported by manual recounts, making the process both transparent and verifiable. This year, we also introduced a new modification of the optical scanners, adding a specially designed protective slot. This measure was developed to preempt any speculative narratives about the possibility of vote disclosure. It reflects our proactive approach of addressing any concerns that could undermine public confidence. At the same time, we recognize that we are not alone and democracies everywhere are facing new challenges, from disinformation and polarization to declining trust to institutions. However, our response must be to remain transparent and accountable so that elections continue to serve as fundamental foundation of public confidence and democratic resilience. I thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Public Foundation Wings of Liberty.
Спасибо, председатель, дамы и господа. Меня
Thank you very much. I'm from Kazakhstan. I am a director of the organization Wings of Liberty. And in recent years, Kazakhstan has indeed improved the accessibility of polling stations for people with disabilities. Local authorities are required to adapt polling stations before each election. However, the situation remains challenging in rural areas, and the state must continue to fulfill its obligations under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities ratified by Kazakhstan. And also, it should continue its work with the so-called passive electoral rights. President Tokayev recently announced plans to abolish the Senate and transition a unicameral parliament. We are concerned that this could lead to a complete transition to a party-based parliament, which would exclude independent candidates. Furthermore, we are seeing constant changes to electoral legislation before each election, which undermines public trust in the process. We propose to enshrine in law at the national level that any elections must take place strictly within the established time frame, that early elections can only be held under clearly defined conditions and legal grounds, that the election campaign should begin no later than 90 days before the voting date. An example is the 2024 Republican referendum, which was scheduled just 35 days before the deadline. Citizens simply didn't have time to consider the consequences of such a complex technological solution. Kazakhstan has a 30% quota for women, youth, and people with disabilities, but they are united in one category. We recommend that the international community insist on separating these quotas to increase political representation of different groups. It's still impossible to register an independent political party in Kazakhstan. We have 7 political parties, but there were amendments to the legislation. Now all registration processes are strictly controlled. Independent, unapproved candidates are often prosecuted under various charges, and some are imprisoned or under probation. This significantly limits political participation and undermines trust in elections. The situation of independent observers is particularly alarming. In 2024, we documented instances of the removal of observers from our foundation, pressure exerted through universities and employers, and the illegal collection of personal data by copying and forwarding ID cards via messaging apps. The Central Electoral Commission has no legal basis for such data processing. At many polling stations, observers were not given copies of the voting protocols, and protocols were not posted for public review. So there's a need for legislation that will actually define the legislative status of independence and independent observers. Thank you very much.
Next is Karakalpak branch of Uzbekistan Children and Family Support Association. Please.
Здравствуйте. Мой доклад посвящен демократическому.
Hello, my report is dedicated to the educational transformations in Uzbekistan. I would like to claim that Mr. Brukhanov's report does not coincide with the reality, because throughout the recent years we have experienced deep socioeconomic changes with regard to different institutions, and the rights of our citizens have been extended. Democracy is a process. It's not one-step change. That's why we are following, continuously developing according to our cultural premises. The policy can be critical if, for example, it follows any kind of the objective reasons. And recently we have embarked on improvement of the political engagement of citizens in the policies, and it is aimed at involving these people into making decisions. For example, the electoral code has united all the laws in one document, which allowed to organize electoral process in appropriate way. And the electoral commissions and the list of them were registered at the governmental level, and it was done objectively. Thirdly, due to the vast access to the information technology, the results have been more transparent. For example, in the recent elections session, citizens were able to observe the tendency of the changes in the electoral activity on TV. It means that, for example, while speaking about the number of electorate, even the number of people who were allowed to vote has considerably increased, and even the people who have voted in recent elections amount to 90%. It's a huge percentage. And nowadays in Uzbekistan, there are 5 political parties that actually provide the choice. Another democratic reform I would like to mention is that in 2025 there was introduced the project of the Mhala, which gave the possibility to each citizen to express their viewpoints. And I think that the system is being improved from year to year, and it is steadily transforming into the free, sovereign, independent state, and many democratic principles are implemented in practice.
Thank you very much. Next is the NGO Digital Generation of Uzbekistan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Distinguished participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, I am Mukhlisa Mamajanova, representing the NGO Digital Generation Uzbekistan. As a representative of civil society and one of the young citizens of Uzbekistan, I would like to draw your attention to the democratic processes in Uzbekistan. First of all, I am willing to emphasize the statements made by Hasanboy Burkhanov about the absence of democracy in Uzbekistan are not consistent with the reality. The country has a multi-party system, free elections, and developing institutions of civil society and mass media as well. Important legislative initiatives have been adopted to advance human rights and develop parliamentarism also.
2 years ago, a new version of the Constitution was adopted. For the first time in our country's history, the Constitution dedicated a separate chapter to civil society institutions, recognizing them as key actors in public life. Importantly, this revised Constitution also includes Article 50, which provides that inclusive education and upbringing shall be ensured in educational institutions for children with special educational needs. Digital Generation Uzbekistan NGO was among the civil society actors that contributed proposals to include this important provision, reaffirming the principle of equal access to education for every child. This can be also one of the real examples that NGO and democracy is working in our country. Today, the country has 9,600 NGOs. In 2022, the number of NGOs were more than 8,000, and this is the 17% of growth. Approximately 10,000 citizen self-governance bodies, and about 4,000 media and publishing organizations, and around 3,000 other public structures, including public councils and commissions also. Today, these civil society institutions employ more than 150,000 people. If we compare the number of employees in the NGO sector, it has doubled from 34,000 to 70,000. The process of obtaining funds from external sources has been simplified, and the previous requirement to obtain permission from the justice authorities to hold events has been replaced by a notification procedure, thereby expanding the freedom of the NGO activities. We remain open to dialogue and ready to exchange experience. However, we consider it unacceptable to make generalized and politicized assessments that don't reflect the real processes taking place in my country. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next is the delegation of Azerbaijan. Please.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Moderator, development of democracy, protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as development of civil society, are among the priorities of government of Azerbaijan. The elections in Azerbaijan are conducted in orderly, peaceful manner, where all necessary conditions are created for citizens to exercise their constitutional right to vote in a free, fair, and transparent elections. In last year's presidential and parliamentary elections, all conditions were created for local and international observers, including from ODIHR, OEC, Parliamentary Assembly, Guam, Organization of Islamic Countries, Organization of Turkic States, and others to freely and independently monitor the elections. For the first time since Azerbaijan restored its independence, the elections took place in the entire territory of Azerbaijan in line with its constitutional and legal framework. We have in Azerbaijan vibrant civil society with more than 4,000 NGOs, more than 5,000 media outlets operating in the country. We do not measure our progress by interventions of politically motivated NGOs, in particular from Armenia. Neither we measure it by the number of press releases, critical statements, and protests. We measure it by trust of our citizens, the strength of our institutions, and the stability and prosperity of our state. Those truly interested in democracy should learn to recognize it when they see it. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Next is democratic processes. Thank you.
Уважаемый господин модератор.
Dear participants, having the possibility, I would like to underline that the statement of Mr. Suharman about the absence of democracy has nothing to do with the reality. We approach it as the misinformation. In my report, I would like to pay attention to the participation of civil society elements in the democratic processes that are carried out in Uzbekistan. Yet this process is probably one of the most vivid proof of democratic transformations. As has been previously mentioned, there are 5 main political parties which are functioning. These parties express political will of various population strata, and they participate in shaping the authority. Despite of the critics, these members actively participate in creating a new platform for democratic reforms. And as it has been previously mentioned that in 67 Mahalla regions, they organized such projects in which they called for action for democratic changes. More than 5,000 representatives of youth, including even people with disabilities, have been instructed upon the peculiarities of the electoral procedures and the importance of introducing the mixed election system. We noted approximately 15 enlightenment broadcast programs. We had also had some informational sessions to the public, besides the thematic informational enlightenment work, plus monitoring for preparation to the elections. We have organized the electoral boards in 40 regions, and even we have created special facilities for people with disabilities to participate in elections. So even the Association of People with Disabilities have established a specific observing committee that helped the people to execute their right. So in our parliamentary election, I guess that the diversity of representation is observed. We have updated the constitution of our country, and it has been publicized, and people can have an access to it because the online even platform for non-people has been launched. So with the sign language, it was also launched, and probably it gave the possibility people with disabilities to be updated about the processes that are going on within the electoral policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is the Yangirik Initiative Group. Yangirik Initiative Group. Is anybody here? Then we go to the next speaker, which is the Public Foundation Voice of Youth.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, my name is Veselov Aslav. I represent the Voice of Youth. I would like to, for a possibility to speak at this conference, and I would like to share my thoughts on how youth organizations may reinforce youth organizations and how they can help to increase trust. Central Asia is one of the youngest regions in the world where the average population age is around 27 to 28, and this is a democratic fact But this is not merely statistics. We are a strategic resource for democracy. Young people, who make up the majority of the population, are the natural bearers of ideas of renewal, digital skills, and critical thinking, and without which the sustainable development of democratic institutions is not possible. Being one of the youngest participants at this conference, I believe that it is important for young people to speak for themselves. But even here, we, the youth, are in the minority, and I ask you not to repeat the mistake of Soviet authorities when young people were not allowed to speak and take decisions when only the old people were taking decisions. Modern tendency shows that the Generation Z, that is people born between 1996 and 2010, are the main driver of social change. But those are the young people who are increasingly finding themselves as political and socioeconomic outsiders. My generation is called the homeless generation, and this is not a metaphor. It's in its literal sense. The economic policies of many countries do not create conditions for the young people to secure housing and stable employment. There is lack of social guarantees. There is limited access to political processes. There is lack of trust in institutions, and that leads to alienation and apathy. Sometimes it leads to protest sentiments. In this context, it's important to recall the principles laid down in the Copenhagen document, the Paris Charter, and the Moscow document, which emphasize the need for citizens' participation at all levels of decision-making, from local to national. These documents also highlight the importance of political pluralism, party accountability, and electoral transparency. However, the implementation of these principles in Central Asia still faces a number of barriers. We have limited competition in the political sphere, weak institutionalization of youth organizations, and lack of mechanisms for the direct participation of young people. New forms of inequality in the digital space are also becoming an important challenge. How about the Zoomers in Nepal? They have been excluded from taking decisions, but it shows that democracy is impossible without trust and inclusivity. We need to understand that such scenarios should be prevented. My organization is a member of the regional task force on the development of youth, and this is the project that is implemented by UNOPS and the Danish Institute for Human Rights. We demand the development of approaches to systemic youth participation. We need to create youth advisory councils within government bodies. We need to hold digital public discussions and introduce tools for young auditing of government programs. All of this is aimed at making young people feel involved in governance. And we understand that democracy is not only about institutions, it's also about trust. And trust does not arise in silence. It is formed where the authorities listen to their citizens. The youth of Central Asia are ready to speak. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank the interpreters, due to whom you understood what I have just been saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is the delegation of Armenia.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, democratic elections are the cornerstone of democracy. They are the means by which citizens exercise their will, hold leaders accountable, and ensure peaceful transfer of power. Democratic elections empower citizens to influence policies that directly affect their lives, thereby enhancing the legitimacy of the government. For Armenia, this principle carries particular importance. The non-violent Velvet Revolution of 2018 marked a decisive moment in our history, representing a renewed commitment to democratic reform. The subsequent parliamentary elections of 2018 and 2021 were also pivotal. It should be noted that both elections were assessed by international observers as free, fair, competitive, and transparent, affirming Armenia's determination to uphold the democratic standards and reinforcing public trust in our institutions. Colleagues, safeguarding the integrity of elections remains a central priority, one that the government of Armenia continues to advance with resolve. Drawing on international best practices and the principles enshrined in Article 25 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Armenia adopted amendments on 10 September 2024 to further strengthen transparency and guarantee the effective exercise of voting rights. These measures ensure that citizens have access to clear and publicly available information regarding their polling stations and the overall electoral process. In addition, the legal framework governing the financing of political parties and election campaigns has also been amended. Dear colleagues, we also acknowledge that the fact that foreign information manipulation and interference has become an increasingly pressing challenge, including in the context of democratic elections across various regions of the world. Confronting these threats require genuine and coordinated efforts built on the cooperation of like-minded states that are united by our shared commitment to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Mr. Moderator, Armenia remains committed to strengthening democracy, not only as a national choice, but as a contribution to the collective values we all share. We believe that free and fair elections are not merely a procedural exercise, but a vital guarantee of sustainable peace and stability. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is the Center. Crimean Tatar Resource Center. Then we move on. Next is the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly.
Mr. Moderator, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to join you today at Warsaw, at Europe's largest platform for dialogue on human rights and democracy. My name is Sarkis Khandanyan, and I chair the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly's Committee on Democracy, Human Rights and Humanitarian Questions. I'm also a member of the Armenian Parliament. Our assembly brings together parliamentarians from across the OSCE region representing over 1 billion citizens, whose voices, rights and freedoms we are elected to safeguard and promote. At the core of this mandate lies democracy, the rule of law and human rights, and the cornerstone of any democratic system is the conduct of free and fair elections. Elections reflect more than the casting of votes. They signal the state of political competition, media freedom, access of information, institutional trust, and civic space. When these conditions are weakened, elections lose their democratic meaning, and so does representation. This is why election observation is a key priority for our Assembly. Together with ODIHR, with whom we enjoy a long-standing partnership, we deploy election observation missions across the OSCE region, both East and West. We have seen that electoral challenges, from media pressure to administrative barriers and disinformation, often point to broader democratic concerns. Our Assembly takes these developments seriously. At the same time, new and evolving threats are reshaping the electoral landscape. Hybrid threats, foreign malign influence, and the manipulation of information ecosystems are increasingly used to erode public trust, polarize societies, and interfere in sovereign democratic choices. These tactics not only target elections, but also the very confidence of citizens in democratic institutions. Addressing them requires stronger resilience, transparency, and cooperation among states, civil society, and international partners. In Moldova, where we recently observed, foreign influence and online disinformation were key issues. We saw similar patterns in Romania. We are now preparing for a mission to Kyrgyzstan, where we expect a different set of challenges. As elected representatives, we know that democracy does not sustain itself. It requires active protection, and it cannot function without engaged, informed, and empowered civil society actors. In every mission, we engage closely with authorities, political parties, media, academia, and civil society. You are the voice of the people, especially when institutions fell short. Your insights deepen our understanding of the electoral environment and make our work stronger. On behalf of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, I want to use this opportunity and thank you for your vital contributions, your partnership, and your commitment to democratic values. We invite you to use the Assembly as a space for dialogue and exchange within the broader OSCE framework. We want to hear from you, learn from your experience, and ensure your concerns are reflected in our work with participating states. We look forward to continue this partnership and strengthening democratic processes across the region together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Tajik Youth for the Revival of Tajikistan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Ubaydullah Nasirov. I am the leader of the Tajik Youth for the Revival of Tajikistan. Today, I would like to speak about the state of the democracy in Tajikistan and the various challenges our people face when they try to take part in public life. For more than 30 years, one political group, one regime, one family has controlled almost all poor in the country. Elections are held, but citizens do have not a real choice. The regime's party always win nearly every seat, while the opposition parties and the independent candidates are not allowed to compete freely. One of the parties that tried to work legally, the Social Democratic Party of Tajikistan, has now been silenced. The leader of this party, Mr. Rahmatullah, was under pressure many years. He was died. And his deputy leader, Shokirjon Hakimov, a well-known lawyer and a political scientist, was arrested in 2024. And in this year, in February 2025, sentenced to 18 years in prison. This is not only crime, his only crime was speaking publicly about the need for political reform, justice, and the rule of law. The pressure of regime Ali Rahmonov is not just for the political parties and political activists. Also, independent journalists and human rights defenders faces persecution. In 2022, journalists like Dalir Emomali, Abdullah Ghurbati, and others were sentenced to long prison term for their reporting on corruption and social problems. In 2023, activist Ulfalkhon Mahmasheva received more than 20 years in prison after a closed trial. And journalists such as Rukhshona Hakimova have been harassed and arrested for simply doing their professional work. Despite all this pressure, Tajikistan's youth have not lost hope. We believe in peaceful reform, honest leadership, and a country where people can vote freely, speak openly, and live without fear. I call all the human rights organizations and democratic partners to support independent media, youth participants, and open political dialogue in Tajikistan. True democracy is not danger. It is only path toward justice, peace, and progress. The young people of Tajikistan are ready to build the future. We are here in this conference and speak nearly 10 years. But to sum up it, we couldn't do anything for Tajik people, for Tajikistan citizens. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Next on my list is the Atashort Party.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm representative of Atashort Party, non-registered party. Please let me express my gratitude for the possibility to speak at the platform. In Kazakhstan, 2 opposition parties have submitted documents for registered. Those 2 parties have collected all required documents and submitted them in line with Article 8 of the law on political parties. The dictatorship power have refused to register them. One of the parties has submitted documents 21 times, and the other party tried to be registered with the Ministry of Justice. They've been denied. For example, they mentioned that there are minors among the members of the party or people who have already died, which are ungrounded, falsified accusations. and the parties provided the correctness and legality of their documents. Anyway, they were denied, and they both had to pay a fine. The activists have been persecuted, detained, or those who provided financial assistance also were fined or persecuted. For example, the leader of one of the parties was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment, and other political activists were persecuted as well. The leader of the second party was detained for 15 days. He had to pay numerous fines. Those people who supported financially also had to pay fines. As a result, the financing stopped. So the intimidation continues, and the dictatorship prevents other independent parties from being active in Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have exhausted the list of the 40 speakers, but we can take some of the speakers of the reserve list. First of the reserve list is the NGO RNL.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon. I'm the citizen of the Autonomous Republic of Kyrgyzstan, which formally is a part of the Uzbekistan, which is a specific autonomous land. When speaking about elections, you shouldn't close your eyes or take into consideration the rights of the minor territories. Formally, the people has got the right for sovereign existence, for self-governments, but in reality, this right is not implemented because in our republic we do not have free elections. We do not have any kind of political representative that would present interest of the people in the parliament. Yes, in our we have got the local parliament which exists, but actually no local party or individual is represented here. All of them are parts of the existing party in Uzbekistan and function within the generosity of the governmental institutions. It means that on overall our representatives function not because being the representatives of the people, of the local people, but of some dependent authority, and all decisions are usually made in Tashkent. It means that the local people of the Republic I represent do not feel the effects of the governments. On paper, they have got the sovereignty they dreamed of, but in practice, they cannot exercise their right. So they are not involved in any kind of changes, reforms, and their voice is silence. I want this to be heard without any kind of political protection. The governments of Uzbekistan will not be able to establish its democratic, straightforward way. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Next is the Democratic Party of Alga, Kazakhstan.
Dear participants of this meeting, Your Excellencies, dear representatives of the Finnish presidency, dear hosts in Poland, I'm a political activist from Kazakhstan. I represent the unregistered Democratic Party of Alga, Kazakhstan. Greetings to the members of this meeting. I take part in this meeting as a representative of this Democratic Party. This is a party that has not been registered yet. In fact, we were established in 2002. In 2022, after Tokayev's speech, he passed a decree on political parties, but that turned out to be a lie. Upon our attempts to register the party, our leaders were being persecuted. Our leader in 2023, for unknown reasons, died. Merely within 3 days after hospitalization. 25 times have we applied to the Ministry of Justice for the registration, and 25 times we have been denied registration on the grounds of accusations of having dead souls within our party members. That is a blatant lie. As we were registering our party, we have been checking the IDs of all party members and have been taking video recordings of all the members. According to the law, we need 750 people to set up a party, but we have thousands. After the death of our former leader, we elected Marat Zhalbayev as the president of the party. After one of his speeches, he was arrested. Then he faced trial and was imprisoned for 7 years. He is a marathon runner, 7 times world champion. He was doing marathon runs across deserts, a world records Guinness holder. He, the champion, is now behind bars. And even behind bars, he is still fighting for freedom and democracy in Kazakhstan. He went on hunger strike 10 times as a sign of protest. In April 2025, he sewed up his mouth with a metal pin. He lost 20 kilograms of body mass. To stop his hunger, he was placed in an isolation cell, a concrete wall cell with rats running around, with horrible conditions. He fell sick. He was not allowed to receive any medication. His health condition has deteriorated significantly. If we do not help him now, he may die in prison. Asanali Isumbayev, also a member of Alga Kazakhstan, is also in prison. A bag with drugs was planted in his house, and then he was placed in prison for 10 years. He is a person with disabilities, second-degree disability. His mother was so stressed that she died, and he could not be present at her funeral. Askar Simbayev was imprisoned because he spoke openly about democracy on a YouTube channel. But if you tell the truth, or if you call to take part in a meeting, the authorities will immediately claim you to be a terrorist, and such people are put behind bars. There is no free speech. Dear participants, I ask all of you to monitor the situation in the prisons of Kazakhstan. Please help us to release political prisoners. There are so many of them behind bars. Go and visit those prisons. They're there because they're speaking the truth. Please exert pressure on the government of Kazakhstan. We know that Kazakhstan is helping Russia to fight against Ukraine. We produce uranium. We are the largest uranium producer in the world. Now, the Russian Rosatom is managing the extraction site. I do not have time to speak about that, but I ask you to hear the cry of my soul. I thank you.
Thank you, and please remind all the speakers to keep the maximum time of 3 minutes. Next on my list is the promo Lex.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, my name is Mihaela Duca and I represent Promolex Association, the largest domestic election observation organization in the Republic of Moldova. It is an honor to share our reflections following the recent parliamentary election held on 28th of September, highlighting both the progress achieved and the challenges that remain. The elections were competitive and held under an improved legal framework that aimed to combat corruption and increase transparency. The Central Election Commission managed the process efficiently, ensured openness of its decisions, and accredited a record number of national and international observers. Despite a polarized political environment, active civic participation helped counter attempts of external interference. However, serious concerns continue to affect the integrity of elections. The misuse of administrative resources remains widespread, with few effective mechanisms to prevent and sanction it. Late legal amendments, procedural uncertainties, and security-related restrictions adopted without sufficient transparency also undermine equal access and predictability. The unregulated involvement of third parties further complicates the playing field. Covert advertising, divisive messaging, and undeclared online promotion distort fair competition. Among these actors, religious institutions have again played a visible role despite clear legal prohibition and the authorities' limited response. Promolex documented organized and well-financed schemes of foreign interference, including illegal funding of candidates, vote buying, and paid protests. We are particularly concerned about the use of transnational financial flows, including cryptocurrencies, to sustain networks of electoral corruption and illicit political financing. Combating these practices requires stronger international cooperation and effective financial oversight. Foreign interference has also taken the form of disinformation and manipulation of public opinion. Fake polls, coordinated online narratives, and inauthentic social media accounts flooded the information space, eroding trust in legitimate actors and institutions. Such developments highlight the need for observers to adapt their methodologies to better assess the impact of social media, digital campaigning, and third-party involvement. Promolex identified over 300 cases of hate speech and incitement to discrimination, mostly online, targeting women, minorities, and political opponents. Unfortunately, the authorities' reaction was weak and inconsistent. At the same time, the sustainability of civic monitoring is increasingly at risk. Limited funding, shrinking civic space, and targeted attacks on civil society make it difficult to sustain long-term observation mission. Without continued support, the ability of civil society to act as a democratic safeguard will weaken. Developments in the region have shown how fragile this space can be. In Georgia and other Eastern Partnership countries, restrictive legislation has already limited the work of independent organizations. In Moldova, a similar draft law inspired by the so-called foreign agent model was registered in the final month of previous legislature. For now, Moldovan civil society remains resilient and committed, but such initiatives remind us how easily democratic progress can be reversed. Looking ahead, Moldovan authorities should continue reforms to ensure consistent enforcement of the law, combat foreign interference and illicit financing, and address the abuse of administrative resources. At the same time, election monitoring must evolve to respond to new digital and informational challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the Moldovan experience shows that democracy can withstand pressure, but only through vigilance, transparency, and solidarity. Promolex remain committed to defending democratic values and citizens' rights, contributing to elections that are genuinely free, fair, and credible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And again, please be reminded of the 3 minutes time limit. Next on my list is Legal Media Center. Legal Media Center. Then we go to the next speaker, which is the Information Group on Crimes Against the Person. Crimes Against the Person? There's nobody here. The next speaker is called Forum der Tadschikischen Demokratischen Freidenker, Forum of the Tajik Democratic Freethinkers. Please. Okay, we go to the next speaker, which is CivilNet TV. Next on my list is the Alatra International Public Movement. Yes, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable representatives of the member states. My name is Roman Gurel. and I'm an ambassador of ELATRA IPM. Allow me to remind you that the true strength of democratic institutions lies not only in their ability to endure in times of peace, but also to stand firm in times of war. In this regard, Ukraine today is an extraordinary example. Despite Russian aggression, daily attacks, and widespread destruction, Ukrainian society has not abandoned its commitment to the protection of fundamental rights, including freedom of religion. This stance was recognized this May at a high level in Washington, D.C. during the IRF Builders Forum, where Ukraine was commended as a nation that not only defends its sovereignty, but also protects the plurality of faith and belief. The United States also noted that Kyiv has had the courage to confront the activities of pro-Russian agents seeking to undermine public trust and manipulate public discourse, often under the disguise of so-called anti-cult campaigns. One such individual connected to the International Racers Network based in Russia is currently being prosecuted in Ukraine for inciting interreligious hatred. However, this mechanism, which Russia has long used to suppress freedom of thought and religious expression, is not limited to Ukraine. The same strategies are spreading across other European countries through networks, organizations, and individuals who spread hostility not only toward minority religious communities, but also toward civic and social movements, thus laying the groundwork for a new form of totalitarian thinking. Therefore, we call on European institutions to thoroughly investigate these anti-cult activities to prevent the repetition of historical mistakes that began with stigmatization, continued with restriction of freedom and persecution, as we now witness in Russia, and ultimately led to genocide. Today, within the framework of the OSCE and the European Union, we face a clear challenge to recognize the anti-cult movement as the hybrid threat that undermines the very foundations of democratic society. Confronting such threats head-on is essential to safeguarding democratic resilience across our societies and to initiate its in-depth investigation across Europe, following the example set in Washington, D.C. The defense of religious freedom, even for the smallest communities, is the defense of democracy itself. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mouvement Démocratique National.
Turkmenistan, пожалуйста. Thank you. Turban Murat, the national choice of Turkmenistan. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, today I am forced to say directly there is no democratic election in Turkmenistan. Over the decades, we see the same practice. No elections, where the results is known a priori. The objective is crystal clear: fear, intimidation, and total subjugation to current authorities. There is no independent opposition. For instance, in Kazakhstan, with a population of 20 million, they have 32,000 NGOs. In Uzbekistan, with 35 million of population, they have 9,000 NGOs. In Turkmenistan, with 7 million of population, we do not have any single NGO. It's the result of systemic violation of international commitments of Turkmenistan, including the Helsinki Final Act. Let me talk about the falsification of the most recent presidential elections 2022. Our activist was monitoring the voting in Turkey. During midday, he was registered as the third voter, but in the evening, the official authorities were saying that 90% of voters were voting, and they were saying that more than 560,000 people voted in Turkey, which is impossible, because in Turkey we have just a few thousand people. The real turnout in Turkmenistan did not exceed a low two-digit number. So, in fact, the elections were held in a very short period. And Serdan Berhomarovedov is the son of former president, and he was not taking part in any election campaign. He had not held any TV debate. The authorities falsified the result of the election, and the power was handed over by father to his son. Now, let me talk about democracy in Turkmenistan. Turkmeni authorities abducted Abdullah Urusov from Turkey. Murat Dushanbe is still being detained in prison, though he has already served his sentence. Let us call spade a spade. Elections in Turkmenistan are sham. It's a fiction. And democracy is just a decoration. This is a paradox in my country. The more UN and OSCE representatives we have in Turkmenistan, the less democracy there is in the country, the more violation in my country of human rights. Where is Turkmeni delegation in this room? They're not here. Why? Because we do speak about democracy. I call on the OSCE to be honest about what is happening in Turkmenistan. Do demand the presence of the election monitors during the next election. And we need to support human rights activists in Turkmenistan as they're facing many threats. I thank you.
Next on my list is the Ukrainian Legal Advisory Group. If not here, the next on my list is the People's Movement Reforms and Development in Tajikistan. Next is the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights. Next is the Foundation for Defense of Democracy in Central Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly outline the current state of democracy in Central Asia, avoiding generalities and focusing on statistics. Geographically, we define Central Asia comprising the 5 post-Soviet republics, including Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan. The assessment covers a combination of factors, including electoral procedures, civic pluralism, media freedom, civil liberties, the performance of executive authorities, the development of national political culture, and public engagement. Our organization observes 2 overarching trends in the functioning of democratic institutions in the region: a consistent decline of their effectiveness or outright stagnation. For instance, by 2025, Tajikistan's democracy index had fallen to 1.83 points out of 10, according to the monitoring framework of the Economist Intelligence Unit. By comparison, in 2023, it stood at 1.94. On the Reporters Without Borders press freedom scale, between 0 and 100, Tajikistan is ranked as a 155th globally, with a score of 33.31. The decline is linked to the shrinking participation of political actors and civil society in the country's political life, as President Emomali Rahmonov maintains absolute control over the political system. Alongside Belarus, Tajikistan remains one of the last Soviet successor states under the unbroken rule of the autocrats. The most alarming situation is in Turkmenistan, which ranks at the very bottom in Central Asia and 161st out of 167 countries worldwide. Its democracy index has remained frozen for a quarter of the century at an abysmal low 1.66 points out of 10. For comparison, Norway, regarded as a model democracy, scores 9.81. The gap is unbelievable. In terms of press freedom, Turkmenistan registers 22.1 out of 100, placing its 175th in the world. Thus, more than 3 decades after the collapse of the communistic bloc, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan remain absolute outsiders in terms of democratic transition and fundamental freedoms. In Uzbekistan, the index has also slightly declined over the past year, now standing at 2.10 points out of 10. Yeah, under the President Mirziyoyev, elements of civil society and its institutions are beginning beginning to emerge against the backdrop of deterioration elsewhere. Uzbekistan has managed to climb to 146th place globally. And Kazakhstan, the situation remains unchanged. The country continues to represent a relatively soft authoritarian regime with a democracy index of 3.08. And Kyrgyzstan remains the most democratic state in Central Asia. Yet its trajectory is also negative. I see that I'm going to be over time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next is the Armenian National Committee of America, West Region.
Mr. Moderator, distinguished delegates, democracy is not merely casting votes and forming ballots. It is the lived reality of people having agency over their future through representation, justice, and freedom from fear. Today, I speak on behalf of the Armenian National Committee of America to express our deep concern over the total dismantling of democratic institutions in Artsakh, the indigenous Armenian homeland of Artsakh, following Azerbaijan's violent campaign of ethnic cleansing in 2023. Over 120,000 Armenians were forcibly displaced, their right of self-governance was wiped out, their elected officials were arrested, and to this day, 23 Armenian political leaders remain unlawfully imprisoned in Baku facing sham trials. We are told by Azerbaijani NGOs to leave the past behind, but I wonder, does that mean leaving these 23 prisoners behind as well? How is it that it's not treated as an act of aggression, not only to the people of Armenian descent, but to this here conference, having at its core the now 50-year-old Helsinki Final Act? How does this conference not find these transgressions against human rights insulting? Peace built on erasure is not peace. That is coercion. Peace at the barrel of a gun is not real peace. Real democracy demands more than silence. It demands accountability. It demands that we do not ignore mass displacement, unlawful imprisonment, and the destruction of civic structures simply because it is politically convenient to do so. Therefore, we call on the OSCE and all participating states to demand the immediate release of Armenian prisoners of war and political detainees, to guarantee the right of return for the displaced indigenous Armenians of Artsakh under international protection, and insist on the withdrawal of Azerbaijani forces from sovereign Armenian territory where their presence threatens local governance and democratic stability. These are basic expectations of any international body that claims to stand for democracy, rule of law, and the dignity of people. We are not asking for revenge. This is restoration. What we are calling for is not division, it is dignity. And what we are defending is not just Armenia, it is the very credibility of this conference and the values it claims to protect. Let me be clear. When democratic institutions are crushed under foreign occupation, when political leaders are jailed for representing their people, and when entire populations are erased from their homeland, the cost is not just local. It stands a message to the world that ethnic cleansing works, that might makes right, that the institution of diplomacy will look the other way if the aggressor has oil, gas, or geopolitical leverage. Is that the precedent this body is willing to set? We are not here to derail peace. We are here to demand that peace be real and that it be just. If democracy means anything at all, then it must mean standing with those who have been silenced, not accommodating the forces that silenced them. The Armenians of Artsakh no longer have a platform, no parliament, no press, no elections. But they had a voice, and today that voice echoes through this room. Let us not silence it again. Not here, not in the name of democracy, not at the cost of justice. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 more speakers on the list, and I will try to listen all of them, but please help me by keeping the 3 minutes. Next is the Political Accountability Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Zofia Ludkiewicz, and I'm a board member of the European Platform for Democratic Elections, which is a network of citizen observer organizations working across Europe and its neighborhoods. Citizen election observers are often the first to notice when democracy begins to close. When civic space narrows, it shows first in the polling station, in laws that limit who may observe, in accreditations delayed until it no longer matters, or in the late invitation or non-invitation of OSCE ODIHR itself. The new Gendem report on the state of global observer rights confirms what many of us in this room have witnessed firsthand. Across the OSCE region and beyond, observer rights are being deliberately eroded. Legal guarantees exist only on paper, but in practice, we see politicized accreditation, digital surveillance, smear campaigns, and in the worst cases, imprisonment. Today, our colleagues Alej Bielacki, Valentin Stefanowicz, Władimir Lapkowicz, Marfa Rabkova, Anar Mamadli, and Grigory Mielkanians together face or serve over 45 years in prison for defending electoral transparency. Their courage reminds us that observation is not a courtesy extended by the state. It is an exercise of the freedoms of association, expression, and participation that are at the heart of the Helsinki commitments. To respond, we all must first ensure that participating states guarantee observer access and protection in law and in practice. Ensure that the OSCE and its institutions speak with one voice when observer rights are restricted, treating such violations as indicators of democratic regression. And third, everyone, civil society, media, and international partners should work together to sustain solidarity, visibility, and resources for those who still observe, often at great personal risk. Because when observers are silenced, democracy loses its witnesses. And on that note, I would like to warmly invite everybody to continue these discussions on safeguarding space for election monitoring at our side event, which is co-hosted by DPD and the OSCE ODIHR at 6:30 p.m. in the Belvedere meeting room. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Next on my list is the IC Law Armenia. Next is Human Rights Defenders. Next on the list is the Association Shymkent Access Alumni.
Thank you. My name is Dinara Saranova, and I represent the youth public organization ASA from Kazakhstan. For over 10 years, we have been working with young people in the southern region of the country, creating opportunities for education, volunteering, and social participation. Today, we face serious challenges when young people lack jobs and prospects. They become vulnerable to crime and radical ideas. More often, teenagers get involved in drug dealing for quick gains and end up with long prison sentences. This is not just a personal drama for families, but also a threat to society and safety as a whole. We believe the solution lies in creating alternatives. Together with national and international partners, we engage young people in projects focused on leadership, public safety, and digital literacy, promoting participation in local and international platforms. We see the real results. Young people from vulnerable families find their place in society, build careers, start businesses, and contribute to the country's development. However, there is another issue, artificial barriers. Sometimes NGO initiatives face resistance at the local level due to the personal ambition of certain officials. Our experience shows that where the government, civil society, and international partners work together, a real and sustainable solutions are born. It is important not to create barriers, but to support youth initiatives. Supporting the younger generation is not just an investment in the future of a country, but also is a solid foundation for democracy, sustainable development, and security across the entire OSCE region. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on my list is the delegation of Kyrgyzstan. Madam, you have the floor.
Dear moderator, distinguished representatives of participating states, representatives of the OSCE institutions and civil society. Over the past several years, the Kyrgyz Republic has made consistent efforts to strengthen the democratic institutions, including by ensuring credible, transparent, inclusive and competitive elections. 3 times in our country's history, post-election protests have led to the crisis and change of power. So it became clear that without democratic elections, stable national development is impossible. So this year marks 10 years since Kyrgyzstan began its electoral reforms process. So Kyrgyzstan reaffirms its commitment to the standards and principles enshrined in the OSCE, United Nations and CIS documents on the conduct of democratic elections. Throughout this reform, we have received significant support from the OSCE institutions, especially ODR, and from our CIS partners. So within the framework of the reform, the following key standards have been ensured. Biometric voter identification and automated ballot scanning, guarantee of inclusiveness, right to vote and to be elected, and transparency in campaign financing, fair handling of complaints and disputes, equal access to the state media, and civic monitoring and observer participation. On 13th of November 2025, the parliamentary elections will be held in the Kyrgyz Republic. So this event is of a great importance for our country and will serve as another test of the maturity of our democratic processes and institutions. So in his recent address to the nation, the President of the Kyrgyz Republic, Sadyr Japarov, highlighted that the election must be held in an atmosphere of complete openness, honesty, and full compliance with both national legislation and international standards. He stated, and I quote, "We must ensure equal access for all political forces to the electoral process, so every vote cast by a citizen of Kyrgyzstan must be counted. As President, I guarantee that state bodies will not interfere in the electoral process and that all necessary conditions for fair and transparent voting will be created." Now, in order to strengthen the accountability of deputies to citizens and to improve territorial representation, elections will be held entirely under majoritarian system of relative majority. So in each 3-mandate constituency, at least 1 seat will be reserved for female candidates. So Kyrgyzstan remains open to cooperation with OSCE, ODR, the civil society, NCIS, and other organizations in the field of election observation. We would welcome objective and comprehensive monitoring as well as constructive recommendations for further improving the process. So we recognize that any democratic process is a continuous path that requires constant improvement. That's why dialogue with international partners, civil society, and election observation institutions remain a key element of our progress. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your statement. A number of organizations have missed their speaking slots. Is there anybody in the room who is registered as a speaker and has not spoken yet? This seems not to be the case, and then we will conclude, and I will give the 3 introducers a chance to react on what they have listened and to have some concluding remarks. And we start in the opposite order. We start with Amo Urhon.
Thank you. Thank you for this discussion. It has been very interesting and enlightening to hear your thoughts and the situation in your countries. Maybe a couple of thoughts. It's very good to hear about how many countries have been said that they are committed to develop democracy. Because democracy is a process, it's like never done. It's never there, it's never finished. It's always a process. But what we can also hear, and what I'm a bit worried about, is that democracy is often taken for granted, and that might lead into its vanishing if we don't do anything about it. So I hope that everybody in this room, because a lot of people are in this room, and even if everybody here commit to that process in their own countries, then we have hope, maybe.
Thank you very much. Please, Adrian.
No, thank you very much. We appreciate the commitment that was expressed many times for local democracy and the importance to demonstrate this firm commitment. I want to remind, that indeed local democracy is the starting point in many countries. This is also local governments that are in charge of organizing national elections, and training could happen there as well. It is difficult, of course, to congratulate the different interventions, and because many fields were covered, and it is very important for us to acknowledge the different work that has been done, the different calls that we heard as well, and we will take that into consideration in future activities. Also happy to engage for cooperation.
Thank you, Adrian. Please, David.
Thank you. I'll just say one or two things very, very quickly. It's been a great pleasure to be here. I've noted how similar the serious challenges are that are being faced by a number of countries across the OSCE region. Some particular challenges for particular countries, including many important challenges facing the United States. And I would just like to say that it reminds me of the importance of organizations, countries, individuals, others, maintaining their focus on clear steps to address common problems. It's quite obvious, but just to say that we need to keep this in the forefront of our minds and to do whatever we can to collaborate with like-minded organizations and persons to address these challenges. They're serious and they will persist. Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to the end of today's session. It was a long day. Thanks for staying until the very end. Yes, we have heard many challenges that are similar in many of the countries. Yes, democracy is local. I think that's quite obvious. It starts at the local level. And most important of it, democracy is never for granted. We have to work for it. So I thank you for your commitment in the debate, but also in outside of this room. Many thanks for the Finnish chair for organizing it. Many thanks for Audier for organizing it. Many thanks for the Audier director who stays with us until the very end. Thanks. Thanks, of course, to the brilliant speakers I have here at the head table. Thanks for all the participants that took the floor, and thanks for the translators that made it possible that we had this debate this afternoon. With that, this event is closed. Please be invited to the following events in half an hour. The next side event will start. Please consult the website for the schedule. And I wish you a nice evening. Thank you very much.